Oh god. How long is big skirt energy?
3 minute, 3.5.
Okay. Just let me know.
Rock dancer.
14 years of drag ass. You claimed your fat ass, but now that I'm back, I'ma change the status. You practice what you preach, and when I teach these skills, better work them out. I know you'll slip in and he's super clout, but you bought the blouse and no time to dress. It's like, baby, better get the corset, cause I'm not weighing 20 pounds, but you flat proportions. Emotions fathoms deep, living in the back, the best secrets keep when you don't remember. Only a semblance of something slender, dancing around in the temporal lobe, and a temporal hoe, and a spatial ghost, and essential service. You don't deserve this, I might be worth it, but you'll find out when I ratchet up that cloud, boy.
I don't really need anything at all. I don't really need anything at all.
Skirt on the issue. I got big skirt energy, big skirt energy. Not about to skirt on the issue. I got big skirt energy, big skirt energy.
Your touch ain't burning out. That gate's only deep and like a towel. Always run around, cycling the point until it's found. Not afraid to face me. I don't even wanna run. They would hide it. I don't wanna waste more time. You never
Skirt on the issue. I got big skirt energy, big skirt energy. Not about to skirt around the issue. I got big skirt energy, big skirt energy. Why would I waste my time? Why would I waste my time? Not about to skirt around the issue. I got big skirt energy, big skirt energy. Not about to skirt around the issue. I got big skirt energy, big skirt energy. Not afraid to face me. I don't even wanna run. They would hide it. I don't wanna waste more time. You never guessed I still wanna see.
Hello, internet, and it is Thursday, right? It's Thursday. It's day
Yes.
14 of May. Today we have with us right now, we've got Ash, and Ninouh is tonight's guest of honor. He has yet to show up. Typical Ninouh.
I was gonna say, if he wants to fucking show up, I wouldn't call him the guest of honor right now.
He's the guest of something. I added him in the Discord. I'll just add him again, or maybe I'll just poke him on Twitter, because that's the easiest place to reach him. IMO. That was some, I was just playing the sweet, sweet, sweet sounds of Big Skirt Energy. And that was the AMV that I created 2 days ago for May. Oh boy, Ash, how are you?
I am all right. I think I've been better. You
Yeah.
know, when your brain is functioning as it has for, the past couple years, you kind of just fall into a rhythm, and that becomes okay. But when something comes along and makes you think, man, that might not have been okay, you feel a little more like shit than if you were just kind of in a bad situation. Because at least, if it's not good, you know it. It's when you're presented with the good might not have been as good as it actually is. That's when it's the worst, I think.
Yeah.
Oh, there he is.
Hey, man, how you doing?
Hello? Yo, we're pretty good. We are just quarantining it up. What about you?
Right now, I'm actually also quarantining up. I'm actually in the kitchen cooking right now, which is the reason why it took me a little. I'm sorry about that.
Oh, dude, it's all good. What are you making?
I'm making pork stir fry because it's the only thing that you can make when there's no money or food around. So
yeah, stir fries are my go-to for sure.
Yeah, stir fry is definitely the easiest go-to. Like, you can definitely get this done and survive off it.
Generally speaking, I think that anything that you like throw a bunch of things into a bowl and then proceed to eat is probably your go-to during this sort of situation.
Yeah, especially if you can use like frozen ingredients.
Yeah, the thing is, stir fry though is literally the cooking version of that. It's literally you take whatever you own, anything that is edible, you throw it on a pan, turn on the heat, and see what happens.
Absolutely.
That's pretty much where we're at.
Last night I made some kind of like stir fry with like ramen noodles and shrimp, and I also like made a lime sriracha glaze for it, and holy fuck, it was really good. But yeah, it was very cheap, and I had all the shit on hand. So,
have you ever done that thing where you can take ramen and you can do the shrimp thing, but you also had like the snow peas that are still in the pod?
Oh, that would be so good.
You add that to it, but then instead of like that glaze you were talking about with the sriracha, what you do is you take some like spices and like maybe a little bit of hot sauce, and you mix it into some peanut butter, and you put it in a pot and like cause it to reduce down into like a sauce form, and then pour that on top. That's fucking tight. Making homemade peanut butter sauce, that's where it's at.
Man,
oh yeah,
homemade jank recipe. I feel like living with econ for 3 months is the only reason I know how to cook Asian. Like,
my gosh,
that would teach you how to do it correctly.
Yeah, he's living with him is just it's the bedrock of a lot of my life experience, to be honest. It's the bedrock of a lot of my adult life experiences, but still.
Yeah.
How's Digi doing?
Pretty good. He's in a very experimental phase.
Okay.
Which doesn't that happen about like once a year usually?
Absolutely. It's always like, during when the weather starts getting warmer. He's always trying something new. So
yeah,
when you gotta turn up your audio, make it louder.
Oh, sorry.
He's cooking.
Sorry, like I'm currently away from my mic. I'll get on to my mic after I'm done cooking. I'm gonna mute myself in like a second.
Don't worry about it.
I definitely feel like as weather starts getting warmer and it becomes more viable to go outside, your brain, if you're a creator, your brain kind of expands a little bit because you're like, man, what if I just like shot this outside? And you start getting like crazy ideas and it spirals out of control into this, well, if I could do that, I could do this. And it starts this chain reaction of weird shit that you wouldn't think to do stuck inside with only a limited amount of things, actually possible.
Right. Yeah. Although the quarantine kind of like limits the actual.
Fuck the quarantine. Go outside.
You can't go to like certain places on the beach yet, but.
So, okay. I did this even before the quarantine. I have a small like wooded area that's like a small like bicycle park, more or less. It's close to my house. It's like maybe 2 blocks down from my house. And there's like a gate that like blocks off the actual wooded section where all like the trails and shit are. And the cops come and they like close that up with like a chain and everything at night. And I like walking at night. I prefer that because there's nobody around. The sun's not beating down on you. It's just generally nicer. So there have been multiple times, like even before the quarantine, where like you're not supposed to go down in there. Gates closed. You just walk around it. You just like walk into the brush a little bit and walk around it. And I'm like, fuck you. I'm going in.
Look, man. I'm 25, so I like to take my Duma walks as well. So
yes.
The problem is though, I love taking Duma walks, like especially at night. But the problem is, this is a different situation. We're no longer in what even resembles regular life anymore. Like, folks have kind of regressed into their childhood mode. They're not really acting like the adults they're supposed to be. They're just doing whatever. But I kind of enjoyed this space that we're in.
That means you're kind of like required to take more doomer walks, though, right? Like,
Absolutely. Me, I definitely am taking like 4 walks a day. I have to be outside.
There was a moment yesterday while I was at work, and I mean yesterday at work, oh my god, it was slow shit. Like nobody was coming in, which was really weird because it was like nice outside and everything, and like that's when I'd expect people to actually like come out. Because if you're gonna have to stand outside to buy a car as opposed to coming inside, you'd want to do it on a nice day. But nothing was happening, and so there was just the couple moments that day where I just like went outside, went into like the middle of the lot, and just like smoked and stood there for a while, just being like, "The fuck is going on?" Like, I don't even know how to deal with this bullshit.
Yeah, me neither. We got some super chats here. 2 from Butthole Weeb. $2 super chat that says, "Big beehole energy, big." And a $5 super chat that says, "I want to go to the barber to get the beard chopped off, but appointments demand a face mask. How the fuck does that work?"
That's the most like I have no mouth but I'm a spin type shit ever.
Yeah. We were actually lucky because my boss's personal barber, he actually had him come down to the dealership so that all of us could get our haircut, because none of the salons and stuff are open. You cannot get a haircut right now. So he just called up his barber and was like, "Hey man, all the guys are gonna pay you in cash. We've got like a spare building, like just cut everybody's hair. They all pay you." And so like I was able to get my haircut. Thank fucking God.
Personally, I've given up on any idea of cut. It's like, it's whatever. I'm just gonna let it do what it does.
Well, I was like that too, and I do want to let mine like grow out, but I had gotten to the point where like the sides of my hair were growing faster than everything else, and like I had wings or some shit coming off the sides of my head, and I was like, "This has got to go."
Oh,
But it was pretty legit because my boss's barber is like a legit barber, not like one of those like, you know, discount haircut places that you see in strip malls. You know what I'm talking about? He wasn't he was like one of those like classic barbers. He no shit had a straight razor that he took to like the areas like behind your ears and stuff. Like this dude was no shit
fucking
pro. Yes, and it was the best feeling in the world. Like I had never gotten a haircut that felt that good, and I was like, "Yo," I told my boss, right? I was like, "Yo, I'm just gonna go to your barber from now on." That was the best fucking way to get a haircut.
I'm totally on board. I would rather just like get my haircut like once a year, but somewhere where it's really good and they fucking can like do it well. You know?
Like I'd experienced that to some degree. Have you ever gone to like one of those like uber fucking like ritzy hair places? Where they like
I usually get my hair cut at like a regular black barbershop, and the thing is you can't really go to those now because every like, no one's trying to open, no one's trying to risk it. So like, and I had an employer once who had a similar barber to that. Like they were really classic style, you know, like old with the red and blue and white stripe type thing.
Dude, yeah.
Like, but I tried getting my hair. I didn't want to get my hair cut there because I have an instinctual distrust of all white barbers. No race. No offense to anybody.
No, that is
you
totally...
should cut your own people's hair because you know it best.
Yes, I agree. I would not go into a black person's barbershop because I'd be like, they have no idea how to do this.
No, the funny thing is though, you'll find what I've noticed is actually kind of strange because you'll find that a lot of black barbers have experience cutting white people's hair and like they can do it really well. But a lot of these classic style barbers only have experience with white people's hair, and it's kind of frustrating when you try and tell them like, "Hey, I would like a fade," and then they just give you a fucking mushroom top, and it's just sad.
That is sad.
That is fuck.
Now, May, have you ever been to one of those like I say, those ritzy places? The ones where when you get a haircut, it also includes like getting your hair washed and like massaged and shit.
Oh yeah, no, that's how I get my hair done every time.
So
I have to get it done that way.
when I was getting my hair, when I had it blonde, I had to go and get it done that way. It was just the way you had to do it. That also is really nice.
Yeah, definitely.
You pay out the ass for it,
Dude,
but it's really
haircuts are
nice.
so expensive. In Virginia Beach, they're extremely expensive. It's like $60 to $70 for a haircut for a girl.
What?
No, it's fucking expensive. Just for a
That
blow
sounds
dry, a
like
wash, a blow dry, a
high-
trim. It's fucking...
What the
highest
fuck?
degree of robbery.
No, I mean, like, when I used to live, like, in New York, it was, like, $40, but it's fucking so expensive here. Just because they
Like
want
that-
to capitalize off all the fucking, like, middle-class people.
Like the place that I went when I had my hair dyed, like to get it like touched up with like the actual color, right? Because so that alone is gonna run you a fair bit,
Mm-hmm.
right? That plus everything else was only like I think $90, which in my mind that was a steal. And to get it done the way that with the barber that my boss had, that was only $40. I was like, you're telling me $60 to $70 just to get it cut?
I mean, that's after the tip, but yeah. That's how much it fucking is.
What the fuck?
It's literally just like... The men's haircuts are so much less expensive. They literally charge like $20 less for men's hair. I've gotten... one of the best haircuts I've ever gotten has been at like a Supercuts. But I went and it was like a $20 haircut. And I tipped like it was a $20 haircut. And the girl was really pissed, but... I think like as long as you have somebody who is good, Well,
okay, so here's the question though, because I do believe you when you say that women's haircuts are ridiculously more expensive than a guy's, right?
Yeah.
Does the price of a guy's haircut go up if he has long hair like a woman?
No, not in my experience. Conrad goes and gets his haircut.
That's bullshit. That is bullshit. If it had more to do with the amount of hair and like the greater amount of intricacy in like knowing how to cut long hair, I could maybe understand that, right? Because like most dudes, it's short, it's simple, it's quick, right?
Mm-hmm.
But if it doesn't change, even if the dude has long like feminine hair, and it's still cheap like a dude, like no, that. Bullshit. I call bullshit.
Yeah, like that's still like I'll agree with that one. It kind of sounds silly if like just because of the I don't know. Kind of sounds silly if you're not gonna allot the price based on the actual work being done. I understand like if someone asks for a specific style, like that's really even if they don't have that long, their hair isn't that long, but if they ask for like something specific or like an after flourish that costs a lot, that makes you use a different type of product or something, that should cost something. But a regular base haircut should be pretty standardized. Like everyone should pay the
No,
same
I
amount.
agree. And like there's places like Supercuts and like shit like that. Like if you're a girl and you go, you pay the minimum price and they might do a fine job. But if you go to a salon, which is where girls go to get their hair cut, it's that or Supercuts. Yeah, it's like $60. It's expensive. And if you want it colored, it's like over $150.
Oh, no.
I mean, I've never had my hair professionally dyed because that shit is like, I mean, I know people who do it and that's cool, but like, I don't think any look is worth it, honestly.
Because I'm a man child, I can only like price things in the scale of a PlayStation game. So
no, absolutely. And that's why I only get my hair cut once a year because it's like it's worth one PlayStation game for my hair. Like, that's about right. Okay, we have another $2 super chat from Butthole Weeb. I just want the beard, not hair. Come on, barbers.
Yeah. Like,
well, you're gonna just have to learn to shave yourself, my guy.
Yeah.
Especially if it's a big beard. Like sometimes you kind of have to learn your own grooming on that one.
Yeah.
I am both cursed and kind of lucky that I cannot grow any sort of facial hair at all whatsoever. So I don't have to deal with that, but I also can't even have a beard, which I would think I would actually like to have.
Right.
But that's out of the question.
Everybody wants hair that's different than theirs.
I mean,
if you have curly hair, you want straight hair. If you want straight hair, you want curly hair.
Fuck my dad, though. fuck my dad, because my dad can grow the meanest fucking handlebar
no.
mustache, and yeah, like my dad has like the ability to go to sleep at night and wake up the next morning with the most perfect full fucking like stash and beard, like just absolutely immaculate. Like doesn't have to do anything with it.
Oh,
The only
boy.
offset is that my dad is also bald.
Yeah, I
and
mean,
started-
I would rather have your mom's
Can't win
genes
them
in
all.
that case.
And he started going bald when he turned 18.
Oh, that sucks. Oh no.
Yeah. Like when I've seen wedding pictures of my mom and my dad, and they were 19, and my dad already had like a receding hairline and like a bald patch on the back of his head.
Man, youth baldness is always sad to me. Like
It is.
I can't imagine being a fucking 29-year-old person with no hair on his head.
Yeah, that would be depressing.
Butthole Weeb shared a picture of his beard. Literally go on Craigslist and request an ad for somebody to come and trim your beard. Cause there's somebody in my neighborhood that's going around and cutting people's hair. Like there are people who are willing to break it, you know?
This quarantine is making us regress back to agrarianism, so we're going to be relying
Well,
more
I
on,
mean,
like,
I think that's actually good in a way.
yeah.
Because like it has shown the sort of like number one, it has demonstrated how impersonable most like normal business transactions are.
Mhm.
Right?
Yeah.
Like nobody has like a relationship with their barber. Nobody has a relationship with their car mechanic. Nobody has a like you are not like in a community anymore because everything is so industrialized, right?
Mhm.
The
Mhm.
quarantine, because those sorts of businesses are not really able to operate in the normal capacity, like there are people out there that are providing those services that are literally the guy next door.
Mhm.
And you're
It's like
getting into this,
prohibition, dude.
yeah, and well, I think it's making people realize, I'd rather pay my neighbor $30 to come and change my oil or something like that. Like it's just, I know the guy. We live right next to each other. That's kind of like it
People
feels,
are being reminded of what it's like to live in a community.
yeah, and it feels better.
We no longer live in a society. We live in a community.
Yes, could that be the new meme? We
Yeah.
live in a community.
We live in
Yes,
a community. Needs to be the
please.
meme. Like that needs to be the new meme because we need to progress from a quote unquote society to a community because society hates itself and each other. Like
Yeah, and society
love
keeps
and
growing
care for each
too. And I mean, it's not really helpful to consider ourselves a part of society when it is
Fucking
not
you on the
representative of
regular.
you at all. Yeah, and is literally fucking you
Exactly.
over.
Like I would not be surprised once everything lifts for there to be a lot of like, I mean, already we know that there are certain industries that are just not going to recover. Like the movie theaters, they're not going to recover. They're just,
Yeah.
it's just, they were already on the
They're
downswing.
done.
They're not.
Isn't
They're
AMC
not coming back.
like refusing to even air DreamWorks movies because
DreamWorks said, "Go fuck yourselves."
well
Yes.
they like put one of their like a Trolls movie up for stream and they promised it would be in theaters first and the fucking theater got pissed and they're like, we're not showing your movies. So
And then Universal basically was like, "All
yeah,
right,
fuck you, like nobody's
Fuck
gonna
you.
come to your theater, you dumbass."
yeah." But so that's not going to come back. But I think it's going to be a lot more widespread than that. I really think that
absolutely.
that in having to like find community members who can do things for you that you had up to that point relied on just industry to deal with for you, you're going to realize I prefer to just do it by just calling up my bro and having him come take care of the thing. And when he needs when I have the skill that he needs, he just calls me up, like just mutual exchange.
Absolutely.
Like I think people are going to prefer that, and it's going to become a lot more widespread.
I can only hope.
Yeah.
What we also
Same.
can only hope is that, like, at some point we'll get past this need, this weird fucking need we have to stock up on useless specific things just because we see other people stocking up on. Like,
I have
Well-
yet to stock up on anything this entire time. I refuse.
yeah, I feel like stocking up, you don't even really need to, because like, yeah, all the grocery stores are still open, dog, and they're still selling necessities.
Oh my god, I feel like such a fucking stupid idiot because I prepped. But the only
Oh
good
my
thing
God,
is
why
I
did-
had toilet paper. I fucking had toilet paper and we still are on our old supply. So we had enough TP for several months. But we have like all these canned vegetables that I'm not like thinking about eating because they're kind of weird. We got like fried okra in a can or okra.
Fried okra in a can.
I
That's
like
cool.
okra, so we got it in a can just in case we got really desperate. It was on sale. But we definitely have these shitty cans now to deal with.
Canned vegetables in any capacity are never good.
I
Ever.
don't think that's true.
No, you should always
I
buy
don't
it
think-
frozen or fresh.
I agree for most things because it adds like the saltiness of it, but like there's some things that are good in a can. Tomatoes are good in a can.
I mean,
Olives are good in a can.
olives have to be in a can because
No, they
the
don't. Have you
can-
ever been to a foreign market? They sell them in like plastic containers there.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Because I thought
and
that
you can also
olives
buy
came
them
in a can.
fresh too. Yeah.
I thought that olives came in a can. Like the canning process was part of like making them olives. You know, kind of the same way that like pickles.
They're pickled,
like,
but you
can't
can
have-
buy them fresh.
That's interesting. I did not know that.
Yeah, like if you go to like a Wegmans or like any place, like they usually have like a Mediterranean olive bar just because that's like a staple of their cuisine. So you can buy them fresh. They're much better if you buy like freshly pickled.
Oh, I believe it.
Green
yeah.
olives. I'm fucking so into that. All right, got some super chats. Butthole Weeb for $5. Oh, daddy. Not only have I been puking up blood, my nurse is forcing me to get tested for the virus. Rip, guys. What is Beehole
LOL.
Weeb's legacy?
Butthole
getting-
Weave's legacy is that of self-defecation and being unable to trim their beard, apparently. That's what I've seen so far.
Oh my gosh. Your legacy is just being fed and asking people if they eat butthole.
LOL. Oh my days.
I you know, as a former Fed, I am glad that I am no longer a Fed.
Yeah.
What kind of Fed were you?
I was a Navy. I was a submariner.
You were a
That was a-
submariner? You were in
yeah.
the Navy?
Yeah, I was a nuclear mechanic.
Wow.
You don't want no for anybody who
Wow.
thinks, oh, that sounds cool.
no.
No, it was.
I'm
not.
aware that that's probably not very cool at all. Like it was probably a very shitty job.
It is the most mind-numbing thing that you could possibly imagine, but executed with the amount of scrutiny and downright tyranny of what it sounds like you would be. So like you had all of like the oversight and like requirements to do the job, but none of the actual like you were never asked to like actually exercise the skills that would imply.
Oh yeah.
Also, by the way, I switched mic, so I should sound better now, hopefully.
Oh yeah, you
You
sound
do.
great. I'm gonna turn you down a little bit because we had you up.
Oh, sorry.
No, it's all good. Excellent.
Um,
All right, we got another $2 super chat from Yusuf Kushard. It says, "Hey guys, what's the zeitgeist for tonight's stream?" Ash, what is the zeitgeist?
don't zeitgeist need to be built up over periods of time? How much time has passed over the stream?
There's been about 40, maybe 30 minutes. That's enough time for a zeitgeist.
Mm-hmm.
All right. I have beef, probably with all of you who are listening right now.
What's the beef?
Y'all suck. Okay?
All
The
right.
anime community fucking sucks.
You're right.
You
Why
all-
do you think
No,
there
no,
should be beef? I agree with you.
No.
Right, same.
All of you are fucking terrible people. Your entire fucking community is built upon hating the living guts out of each other.
Yeah.
Right? That's all it is. Right? You masquerade it with air quotes discussion or debate. But all it is just you using those terms to throw your fucking big dick around, trying to impress people into thinking that you know more than they do, or
Yeah.
your opinion is
It's
more
literally
important
the
than
same
theirs.
as politics.
You are fucking pathetic, disgusting, and I can't fucking take it anymore.
It's music to my ears.
You all suck. Here's where I okay. How hard is it, you motherfuckers, for you to just think that the fact that somebody made a thing is cool? You don't have to agree with the opinions in the thing. but somebody went out and made a thing.
Real shit.
That is cool.
Mm-hmm.
Why do you feel the need, you sons of bitches, to fucking shit down the person's throat constantly because they just happened to speak their mind? What the fuck is wrong with you? You have absolutely no class. No class. You have zero positive energy. And your entire community is built on shitting on each other. And this isn't just in, like, analysis circles, right? I can hear it now that, oh, well, at least, like, okay, maybe the normies, right? The people that watch Bleach and Naruto and Kimetsu no Yaiba, they're not part of that, right? They're normies.
Yes, they are.
Yes, but they are. Yes, they are. Because you analysis types, you fucking hate them because you don't think they have a fucking interesting thought in their head.
Oh yeah.
And they all
Fuck
hate
them.
you. You all hate them, or they all hate you because they think you're a bunch of pretentious assholes, which 95% of you are.
Absolutely.
How hard is it to just enjoy a thing and, like, why does somebody, like, I sincerely think that the reason that there are huge discords of anime fans where, like, maybe 20 people actually talk is because the other fucking massive percent of people that are actually there are scared to fucking death of actually opening their mouth and saying what they think because they don't want to get caught up in your bullshit.
Yeah.
Isn't that weird how, like, didn't I come into the Discord earlier and I was like, hey, I really like Brand New Animal, and then, like, literally I got nothing but
No, I know.
like, 20, 30 people yelling at me like,
all right,
no,
guys. We got a $50 super chat from Butthole
Oh my
Weeb.
god.
All right, he
what's up?
says, if I go down before I move to Japan, heed my warning. Please make sure Go 6 legacy lives on. Make sure May
nigga's banging on the
continues to
whole-
admit that they eat beehole. Also,
You're
that
banging on the
Michelle
whole
never
book?
stops being kawaii. My legacy will make you admit you eat it.
All right. Jesus Christ.
He's going down. He's
Yeah.
going down and leaving us in his will.
Ninouh, I can't stand BNA.
Mhm.
It insulted me. Okay? But I'm not going to shit down your throat.
I know why it insulted you. It insulted a lot of people. But
Yeah.
I know
Okay,
All right, I'm going to be right back really quick.
No,
Alright,
it particularly insulted me because as a furry, I wanted a thing that was going to be good, and then, you know, like, it promised me that it was going to be good and that it wasn't.
Yeah.
But I'm not gonna, like, hear you, like, see you say that and then be like, you fucking dipshit, what the fuck is wrong with you? Why do you have that opinion? Blah, blah. Of course you have the opinion. That's just what you think. How hard is it? How hard is it?
It's the same as how I no longer, like, jump at people whenever they say they like Kill la Kill more than Gurren Lagann. It's not true. Like, Gurren Lagann is an objectively better show than Kill la Kill, but I'm not gonna, like, yell at anyone over it. Like, it doesn't matter.
Like, why?
People need zen. People need to just chill out, have some zen, you know, be calm.
Here's the thing. I caught myself doing it. Like, I was in.
Everyone catches themselves doing that at some point. Everyone will catch themselves doing that at some point.
Yeah, but, like, I'm in the anime community. I'm doing analysis, and I find myself being a pretentious asshole about it. Not because I inherently want to be, or because that is just how I think, but because, honest to God, if you want to talk about it, talk about anything in the anime community, you have to be that way.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you have to be confrontational and rude and a fucking asshole constantly in order for anybody to actually listen to what you have to. It's fucking ridiculous. And I'm fucking sick of it. I honestly don't want to even talk about anime anymore. Because I'm just sick and tired of not being able to just say, hey, you know, this is what I saw, this is what I thought, and then have 50 fucking people jump down my throat because I'm somehow wrong. How hard is it for you guys to just be like, oh, that's cool, you made a video, or you made some fan art, or you made a thing, that's cool. Is it that hard?
I mean, yeah, like, that's the thing. It's easier with people who don't necessarily... It's easier to talk about anime with people who don't necessarily ingratiate themselves in it. And that's mainly because folks who, even to a small degree, like think of themselves as anime fans or otaku, dare I say the word, they're gonna be very smug about their opinions, and they're gonna be very like kind of
yeah. I
but what I've learned is, especially with my time away from dealing with the inner sides of the anime community, especially on YouTube, like I've learned that on the outside, being away from this, being away from like the discussions that people have, everyone's just as like everyone, like it's just like you said, like everyone's just as like they think they're intelligent about this shit as the next person. Like shonen tards, for example, people who have no idea about anime beyond Weekly Shonen Jump, like those folks, the way they fight about anime, you would think they were talking about like the most important anime to ever come out, and when it's just shonen.
Yeah.
And the same thing can be said about folks who die on the hill of stuff like, I don't know, the Monogatari series or
like Angel's Egg or Ergo Proxy or anything like that. Any of the weird shit.
Like, and the thing is, the reason that weird shit is not talked about, the reason that weird shit doesn't have critical acclaim, isn't because folks aren't yelling about it incessantly enough. It's because just the natural media culture of our, of the West, I guess, if that's what you want to say, I won't say doesn't permit, but doesn't necessarily create the environment for that kind of stuff to flourish.
Yeah,
like,
and that's fine. But I just, it's funny, Ninouh, that you say that you realized like you saw this happening when you were like outside of it for a little bit, because that's what happened to me. Because I recently just decided to say fuck it and deep dive the fact that I was a furry and go like real deep into that shit.
LOL.
And
see, when I take a vacation from anime, I go back to hip hop. That's what I do.
What I find is people are just like the exact opposite. Oh, you made a thing. Fucking sick. I like that. Cool. Or you think this about that. Oh, okay. I mean, I kind of like it, but I mean, to each their own. What do you like? It is like leagues more cordial and, dare I say, more fucking human than anything that the anime community actually engages in.
It's because the anime community, especially online, especially in the historically male-dominated circles where it gets talked about in like 4chan or the various other like Reddit and whatnot, like certain cultures grow and become the norm there, and those cultures kind of trickle down into other places.
I get that. But here's the thing. I wouldn't be nearly as upset about this and just honestly disgusted as I am if I had experienced this like drastic difference and realized I don't like the anime community. Like being just ignoring the anime community. Like the number of Discords that I'm in that are anime focused, I've just, for the past week, I really just have not engaged in at all. I've been engaged entirely in furry shit, right?
Yeah, but the thing is, people have been decrying how shitty this community has been this has been the thing since 2013. Like,
okay, I'm getting to that. I'll get to that. But ignoring it and going into a completely different sphere, I'm realizing, oh my god, I feel fucking great not being involved.
Me too.
Just ignoring it entirely, I feel so much better. My mental state is better. My emotional state is better. I'm not fucking as high strung. Right? I feel more creative, goddammit. Like I started writing fiction again.
It's almost like quitting Shonen. It's almost like quitting 4chan. That's almost the same feeling.
I mean, I've never been on 4chan.
Yeah, well, I'm telling you, that same feeling you get that you just described, that's how it feels.
So here's my question. Why the fuck would I want to come back? Why the fuck would I want to come back?
Because
I
you're
feel
addicted.
like shit.
I don't know.
No, I'm not. Because I honestly don't want to. Like, I just like, I think back to how I felt all the time when I was making videos and like watching anime and getting invested in it and like, thinking analytically about the stuff. Not that I wouldn't think analytically if I just happened to watch a show, right? I'm not saying that I would just completely die, but just like talking about it in that way and like making videos and, engaging like that. Like, I think back to how my brain was functioning and just kind of the general mindset that I was in. I felt like shit 90% of the time. And I get away from it, and it's almost like a fucking 180. And I'm like, honestly, why the fuck would I want to go back to a place that is objectively worse? Why?
Well,
and again, like, I also feel more creative.
There's only one reason I would say. There's only one concrete reason. It would be to take your knowledge of how things are going elsewhere and try and bring that to the people in the anime community.
Well, okay. So I actually have I kind of thought that you would say that, and I have an explanation as to why I think that's not possible. At least by comparison to where the furry community sits. Okay.
Okay. Why?
There is not a single amount of the furry community that groups itself around a source material. Everything about the furry community is community generated. It's self-generated, right? Anime community is fostered by the fact that source material is created and then after that is talked about. It is reveled in as the revelry of anime community is a byproduct of the creation of the original itself, right? That you could say this about almost all nerd cultures, right? Star Wars fans, fantasy fans, any subset of nerd culture is almost exclusively based around a fascination and dedication to a source material. Yeah. And the reason I think that this breeds this like virulent just hate mongering that goes on, like they feed on it, right? They dish it out and they take it. Some are better at others at that part, but that's how it works, right? That is the equivalent exchange that happens in the anime community is hate mongering. The reason I think that happens, and as opposed to where the furry community and it doesn't happen, is that self-generated content, right? Like you have no impetus to shit down the throat of somebody in the furry community who is making art because that community doesn't exist without that person.
But the thing is, I still see folks, especially in the anime community, because there are artists who work within the community and there are people who make art.
Oh yeah. I mean, yeah. I'm being.
Go ahead. But here I will say that as far as that goes, like you'll find people within communities shitting all over, like people who make comics, people who make fan art, people who do whatever, and it'll be for very silly reasons as well. Like it'll be for reasons that tie into the similar stuff you're complaining about, anime fans doing earlier. Like it'll be for the reasons of, this person's drawing art in a way that's I think that I deem as problematic, or this person such and such came out to not like this or not actually play this game as much as they let on with the art that they made, or people shit all over folks for making things. And I think what the contention here is to not really like place the blame in, how can I put this, the community aspect of it. It's the fact that folks are riled together to act because of things like identifying with a source material. They identify with they identify with their feeling of being in a fandom or being in a like group of people who have similar ideas as to how to talk about some of this stuff.
Well,
to finish though, that in and of itself is what folks call consumer identity, and it's like it's when folks get so wound up by media that they no longer necessarily have a good way of expressing themselves without competing with other fans for who the best fan is. Yeah. And the battleground for how to compete for who the best fan is changes. It can be who draws the better fan art, or it can be who calls out the most problematic elements of the community, or it can be who's seen the most anime. And these metrics are always they're like a currency. They're like a way folks gain getting clout tokens as a way to be regarded better in the community. If you've been on Twitter for like 5 minutes and you notice anything about any Twitter, you'll know this guy called Critical. And
Yep.
yeah. And big up Critical, by the way, because he's come a long way. He used to be in my Discord defending Sargon of Akkad. Now he's on Twitter fucking yelling at people about, you know, good storytelling. And I think that's a great place to go. That's a great long way to go. But yeah, when you think you're the best fan, when you think you're the smartest dude in the room, like you know the most about storytelling, you know the most about Sakuga, about animation, about whatever, you've already lost in that regard. You've already become the dickhead, because there's always going to be someone else who disagrees with what you think. There's always going to be someone else who thinks that you don't know shit. And trust me, as the person who is friends with the epitome of that character, if you guys know who I'm talking about.
Oh, like, we do.
Yeah. As someone who is friends with the epitome of this character, the only thing you can do in that kind of discussion is to like let them know that you're not in the mood to fling shit. Just let them know that you're not in the mood to play their game, to compete on those lines. Set your own parameters for what.
Yeah,
I mean, for what you want from the medium or from fandom, if that makes sense.
Well, the reason that I say that it doesn't seem to perpetuate the furry community, at least from what I've seen, is because the source material, because like I said, it's self-generated. So if you start shitting down artists' throat, all of a sudden your community is fucking gone. It's gone. You can't do it, right? There is an inherent respect that has to be had for the people that allow the community to exist. And obviously in the furry community, it's not just artists, but still, the point is that because it's not wrapped up in, like you said, that consumer identity, there's just this inherent, deference of respect to the people who make shit. Because that is the only way that you are able to enjoy being part of that community. And I mean, I don't know, like you brought up a point of, it's like, if you see that kind of stuff happening, you just have to be like, oh, I'm not in the mood. And the thing is you're right. I'm not in the mood, and I never fucking will be. So I honestly don't want to involve myself anymore.
Oh yeah, bet. Like, and that's the reason I don't involve myself in the anime community. I'm still making I'm still working on videos and whatnot. I'm still making like content when I can, but you know what, right? I'm also at the point where I'm getting to that fever pitch, where I might just take a hard left in what my content is and just not do anime anymore. You know what I mean? I'm at that point, right? I'm at that point where the next video I make could just be a random analysis of fucking Ghost of Tsushima or some bullshit. Who knows? Like,
I mean, you shouldn't let anime hold you back.
Well, I mean, I feel that too. Right? Like I said, I started writing fiction again because I just bombed out of the anime community, involved myself heavily in furry shit, and I just found myself enjoying doing that far more. And I have always enjoyed writing fiction more. I just haven't found a good way to do it while in the anime community. And I think it's because I was just riled up constantly about people talking shit. I couldn't fucking have a creative thought.
Dude,
that was
I don't give a single fuck about the anime community, and I haven't for years. So hearing you say that, this is just so refreshing.
And the thing too, the thing too is this bothers me a fucking lot. Is this expectation that people have for people in the anime community who do make shit to just keep making the shit.
Oh yeah.
Oh no, I've killed that expectation.
Why?
No, but I mean, people do. Retard children. Okay, we have a €2 super chat from Yusuf Kushan who says, "Base take Ash. Beginner creator is greater than expert analyst."
Well, I mean, an analyst is a creator in my mind, because you are making something, right? When you make a video and it's edited and stuff, there is a skill set.
What if you're not making videos? What if you are just criticizing other analysts?
Oh, that's bullshit.
No, I mean, there's tons of people like that, though.
Okay, yeah.
Called commenters.
Yeah, that's bullshit. Go fuck yourselves. But the thing, too, is it's like, I'll bring up that I've, maybe have had this idea for a video. And then every couple days, I'll get some comment from somebody on Twitter or something being like, oh, hey, are you still working on? Like, shut the fuck up. I'm not beholden to you and your expectations. If I just decide to not make it, so be it. Who gives a shit?
Nah, dude.
Not your shit. If you have a problem
the
with
anime
that,
community, it's all about the hentai community. Those people are chill as fuck.
yeah. But it's just like, go fuck yourself. Right?
Yeah,
If you want it so
yeah.
bad, fucking make it yourself.
No,
but you
absolutely.
shit on me. You shit on me constantly.
It's because all they watch is anime, so they expect content to be generated like anime is.
I guess,
At
but
the
it's like,
tip of their
why the fuck do you think that I would be inclined to make new shit when the only reaction that I seem to ever fucking get in any sort of regularity from when I do make something is fucking negativity. People
Right.
shitting on my
no,
throat.
absolutely. It's because it's
like,
corporatized. So because there are some corporatized anti-tubers, everybody just goes towards creators with that mindset of you're a
You know what?
fucking
Yeah,
show.
it's kind of sad now to be honest, because in a lot of ways, the quote unquote corporatized ones are the ones I grew up like making content alongside.
Mhm.
So
Yeah.
not on some like like bitterness. No. Good for all of them. I'm actually very happy that a lot of them are where they are. I'm happy that a lot of friends of mine are moving to Japan and living the dream. But
No, it's fucking awesome.
the gag in it though is that I know that these guys have teams behind them. They have when I tell you lot they have teams, I mean like upwards of 6 people being that work within the entire ecosystem of the channel. You look at my channel, that's just me. You look at you look at someone like Digi. For the longest time, that was just him. Then it was him and Devu, but now it's just like now I'm pretty much sure it's like he's working on it fairly independently. And there's loads of other folks who I know who don't have the time to get a team together and just want to make content, just want to talk about an idea. And when they make the video and it's done and it's out, folks then hit their line with when are you gonna make the next one? And it's not as simple as folks. It's not as simple as folks think.
Well, and not just that, but like it comes out and the only thing you get is people like saying that you're wrong and that you're shit and then why do you think this and go fuck you, and you're like fuck you, that's my favorite show. It's stuff like it's like
Right.
Why would I want to make something else after that?
I mean, yeah.
Like why? Like I put my heart and soul into this interesting idea that I thought was engaging and different, and I made a video for it. It took me months, and this is what I get. Like no. I don't like I have that Higurashi video that I've talked about before on this stream, and I'm just seriously considering it. Just like, I don't care anymore. I don't want to do it because I know
that you're working on.
Yeah, because like I know what the reaction is going to be.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
I know what it's going to be, and honestly, I don't want to deal with it. I just don't want to deal with it.
Dude,
I don't want to make anime videos anymore. I'm
Like-
kind of coming to that realization from this discussion.
Like I am enjoying myself so much more writing furry fiction than I would be out there, slaving away on a video that people are just only going to hate. Like I see no incentive from both a creative and just like general mental state perspective for why to do it. And by the way, for all you fuckers out there who are like, I know, typing and whining like, oh, well, you should just make it anyway. There will be some people that like it. No, because you may not shit on that video, but you will shit on others. You've done this to yourselves. This is your fault. Right? When you build a community out of hate mongering, and the only way for a creator to actually thrive there is to, like you said, Ninouh, have an entire team behind them that takes the load off of it, or to just join in the hate mongering and just start slinging shit with every single video they put out. It's not, you're going to have, like, casualties are going to happen. People are just going to say, I can't fucking do it anymore.
Oh, it's fucking
Fuck this
cutthroat as shit. But you have to, like, the fact that it is based on this, like, this almost hazing cycle of fucking pretension. You just have to capitalize on that the best you
But
can.
see, yeah. So like I was. All right, I was in the loop. I felt like I was in that loop. But then I cut it off and I go off and just completely do something completely unrelated, and I'm just like, God, this feels so much better.
No, right? And like all these communities are like, you can be like an anti-SJW YouTuber, but if you say anything that goes against them, those people are going to start shitting on you. So it's like, it's so hard to find an identity that people aren't going to fucking just immediately attack you with. But you just got to fucking be against the world, dude. It's you against the world. That's how YouTube is.
All right, Shade the Novice in the Discord is saying that Digi is a clear exception, that it's a good anime. Ha! Bullshit. I get more shit in Digi's fucking community than anywhere else. Go fuck yourself. That's not fucking true.
You know what? You know why I get the most shit? I get the most shit, and you wouldn't believe it, in fucking Pause and Select's community.
Oh, fuck Pause. Fuck them. They fucking are so toxic there.
You know what? You know what? Yeah, I love Joe, man. Joe's great, but like,
yeah, he's great.
A lot of folks who troll around
his orbiters are fucking toxic.
They are pricks.
Dude, okay.
Because they don't know anywhere near as much as he does.
No.
And they're also but the thing is, they also don't possess the other thing that makes Joe great, where if you don't know something, they're gonna be pretentiously shit towards you about it. Mm-hmm. Like, they're all econs in that regard, regardless of, like, Joe will be like, oh, if you don't know something, let me take the beer bottle out of my mouth and explain a whole plethora of ideas to you that you never heard. But the thing is, you've got other folks who, oh, you don't know about that. Oh, I bet you, Abla, why are you even here? And just, or like shitting on them in other ways, in other like passive aggressive ways.
Yeah,
and you
Joe
know
is really cool, but there's some real dickheads in that server.
Yeah. I've got no problem with pretentious anime fans, right? I've got no problem with them.
But they take it too far.
Yeah. Don't be that,
because they shield themselves behind the community. It's like, you shouldn't be out here as a community. But like, you should be out here as an individual, you know, go back to your community.
Being a pretentious anime fan, I think, is just a natural evolution. Like, the more you watch, the more you learn, the more you understand, the more connections you start making, and you just naturally become a little bit more pretentious. Just because
if you have no life experience in anything, you would have it that way. But like, I mean, if you ever have, you would understand that it's okay to be a reasonable fucking person.
Yeah, and I mean, that's fine to get to a certain level where you do know more and you feel some sense of authority speaking on things, right?
But why are you interested in attacking people who know less?
Yeah, why do you want to shit down someone's fucking throat?
If that's what you're doing with all that knowledge, go fuck yourself. Yeah. You're no better off for it. That's all I have to say.
You are literally a YouTube commenter who adds nothing. And I hate to break it to all of you, but that is how the anime community is fucking run internally. It is a constant shit fest.
Yeah, you're either corporate,
that is all they do,
you appeal to the mainstream, or you are super deep lore. Like, if you're anywhere in between, you're gonna get just fucking wrecked by either side.
And not just that, but I mean, like, your knowledge base sits you within one of those groups, and you say anything that they don't like, immediate destruction, just absolute immediate destruction. I can talk some major shit.
You wanna know how I feel? And this is gonna sound a bit simplification-y, but here's how I see it. I think more people should take the Ninouh route and just stop giving a shit and just talk about what you want. If anyone tries to chat shit to you, call them a dickhead and move on.
Well, but that's the thing, is when I'm not there, when I'm like actually in a place where like I can talk about stuff and I'm not like, that works I think that works if you haven't ever like been in a community where you experience the exact opposite. You know what I mean?
That makes sense.
Right. So I have experienced the exact opposite, right? Like, if I were to stay in the anime community, like, and, you know, still be involved in stuff, that would be a doable approach. Yeah. But the problem is that I've been in a place where that shit just doesn't happen in the first place. Like, I don't have to ignore it.
I can't think, aside from the furries, I guess, I can't think to myself another place where I've seen that happen.
Yeah, I know.
Like,
yeah, that's why I like it so much.
I'm trying to think of like a culture where folks are that amenable to people. I'm trying to think.
Yeah, that's why I said I think it's different, very, very particularly because of the community existing through self-generated content as opposed to that outside source material. So I don't know. It's just I had to rant about this because I have beef with the anime community and that they all suck. They all are terrible sacks of shit, and I actually don't want anything to do with them anymore because I had a moment of clarity where I realized they were actually making my life fucking hell.
Huh. That's fair. That's very fair. I'm trying to think of anything about the community that I hate that much. I don't know. I've kind of become very numb I don't know if I've given that impression. I hope I've just.
No, yeah, that's evident. That's
I
evident.
mean, the
I've
anime
become
community
very
is
numb
hella
to-
sexist and hella racist. So if you're like not a white guy, I think it's like hard not to be numb to it. Honestly,
Yeah, like it's, and I'm also being someone who is very left wing politically. Like, it's become very interesting to see how easily anime can get like co-opted by chuds,
Okay.
by like
All right.
very.
I know. I'm pretty right wing,
Mhm.
and I see the exact same thing.
Like it's kind and you know
Like on the other side, like the other side. Like
I don't
like
know.
you're describing it getting co-opted by like the right, and I'm like sitting over here going, yeah,
I mean,
the
yeah,
same
yeah.
shit happens the other way around.
No. I feel like it gets co-opted by the left by the left in terms of like there's a lot of trans folk who use anime avatars, there's a lot of trans people who are deep in the anime community and who will flame you if you are like if you say anything transphobic. But I wish I could just look at an avatar of Menma and not second guess myself. I wish I could
Dude,
just
I
look
know
at
what you're feeling. I
wish-
know what you're
I wish
talking
I could-
about.
I wish I could look at a Ryuko avatar and not second guess myself. Because every time it's always them ones. It's Menma, Ryuko, or some other cute little
Dude.
K-on gal. And it's like, you know what?
Dude,
They're
if
probably
I,
already-
I wish I could look at it like an Astolfo avatar and not be like, yeah,
Oh my
I'm
God.
pretty sure I know what that's about.
Oh no, but it's really frustrating sometimes, and I've tried to just get myself to a point where I'm just watching the shows I like. I'm just talking about the things I really care about. I can't bring myself to do the anime community circuit of like watching shows you hate just to have an opinion of how much you hate the show to talk about it to everybody
Yeah,
who doesn't hate
yeah.
it, so they hate you. Like I got you peep the game too quick and you decide no, like I'm gonna remove myself from this paradigm. I'd rather just do something a lot more productive. And
Yeah,
once you try to think about, oh, someone said video playback interrupted. LOL. Is the stream still up?
let me check. It should be.
Let me see.
I mean, it says
Huh.
it's still up. Honestly, I don't see any. I'm gonna check it on my phone really quick.
It went away for a second, but it's back.
Oh, that's weird. That's
Yeah.
really weird.
Sometimes OBS cuts out like that. Are you using OBS
Yeah.
or?
Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
using OBS.
But
We got another super chat from Yusuf Kershid, who corrected
What's up?
himself. He said, "Beginner creator is greater than expert armchair analysis instead of expert
okay.
analysis."
Yes.
Thank you for your super chat.
Yeah. I don't know. Like I had to get that off my chest because I just don't feel inclined to re-engage. I really don't. I'm doing things that I enjoy a lot more elsewhere.
I mean, if you
I'm
feel like it's
I'm-
that detrimental to your like creative energy, I definitely
Well,
think
it
take a
wasn't-
break from it.
It wasn't even just my creative energy. It was just like in general. Like not like realizing, oh my God, I kind of felt like shit all the time. Yeah? Like, I don't. Why would I do that to myself? Like,
People are
honestly.
saying that the chat it reloads for 5 seconds and breaks. It keep cutting out, and I have to keep refreshing. Oh my God!
I can't even see the chat on the YouTube page.
What the fuck is going on?
Is YouTube crashing?
Yeah, I think it's. This is honestly on YouTube.
we got a couple people saying it's fine.
Weird. That's fucking whack.
Is YouTube? Yeah, my YouTube is bugging out. Like,
My YouTube
even
is
when I'm-
fine here. It might be like a server problem.
Yeah.
Dude, I've been having so many problems when I was streaming of the internet. Like, I fucking have no idea what's going on. It's definitely because of the coronavirus. Okay, sorry, there's a temporary issue loading your subscriptions. So my phone is all fucked, but
Let me see what's going on my end.
YouTube just died for me, like the whole site.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Like,
What the absolute fuck?
Yeah, the
Let me
whole
see.
site's like YouTube. The site is dying right now. Like the whole website is kind of fucking up.
Oh my God. Why is this happening? Like, so many people have, like... YouTube
wait,
should just work, right?
Are other people
Oh,
saying?
yeah, I've got
are
it.
Other people, are other people saying it's fucking up?
Yes,
Yeah.
dude, it's fucked up.
It won't load my subs.
Hello, YouTube. I'm literally looking at this thing, and I'm on the stream, and all I'm seeing is the video. The actual like everything else about the video, everything else is just gone.
What the absolute
All the other stuff
fuck?
about the video, like the comment section, the title, the view count, the like bar.
Dude, it's all fucking over. It's fucking over. The world is ending. Why
May-
is this happening?
May I posted what YouTube gives me when I try to load my subs.
Oh my gosh. In the mod room?
Yeah.
Let me see.
That's what I
Sorry,
get.
there's a temporary. Yeah, that's what I was getting on my phone. What the
Oh,
fuck is going
sorry,
on? I've
I'm
never
getting-
seen anything like this before.
YouTube is
Me neither.
bugging out. I can't believe we were on stream when this started
Right?
happening, because people are gonna talk about this for the next day if this
Oh my
continues.
god. Dude, the fucking world is gonna end.
Is it? Is it
probably
really?
is,
Or are we
dude.
just? Is it really? Or are we just gonna be bored?
We're gonna be really fucking bored. Nothing. It's just gonna be lame forever when it fucking happens.
I'm just. That's the wild part. Like the apocalypse. This is the lamest apocalypse ever, dog. Like people still have to go to work.
No, me too. I'm
People-
like, what the fuck? Like,
This is the
Hollywood has
lamest
lied to
apocalypse
me. I thought
ever.
this was gonna be fucking badass.
Oh,
Yeah, right.
God. And I feel like the point when it becomes badass is just not gonna be fun at all.
No, because I would die first. Like,
yeah, me too.
yeah.
A lot of folks think they're gonna die first, so I think that all
Maybe
that
those
tells me
people
is
are
a
just
lot
more
of people are
woke
gonna
though.
die.
Maybe because they think they're gonna die, they'll survive.
LOL. Maybe that's the key. Maybe that's the key. The true
Yeah.
key is to not think you'll survive. And
Exactly.
then
Hollywood
you-
is programming you to preemptively prepare for dying first, so you survive.
LOL. I would just really, I would really enjoy just all capitalism being shut down for the rest of the year. That would be nice. Not like this weird wishy-washy. We're kind of inside. Some folks are going to. No. I wish everything would
Yeah,
just like,
everything
get
would just shut down. That would
everything
be
would just
lit.
shut down. Like, no, like,
For
like,
one
like,
day.
at least-
Let's try it for
Yeah,
one
let's-
day.
you know what? I heard someone make an observation, and I'm not that angry about this observation, because what it is you can't really expect folks to stay inside if you ask them, because there's folks who this era of time is the first week extended time off they've ever gotten from their employment ever.
Mhm.
Yeah.
And to expect them to be like, oh, I'm gonna stay inside and not do anything, when like there's nothing keeping them from doing what they want to do, or like just having a nice walk outside. You can't really expect folks to obey the quarantine and whatnot when all they know is that it is in essence some kind of work death combo of just like go to work until you're tired, going home, and then you sleep, going to work till you're tired, going home, then you sleep. Now they don't have to go to work and they can just do other things, and they don't. Now you're telling them that they have to stay inside. Of course they're gonna fucking leave the house. Of course they're
yeah.
gonna go to the park
Yeah.
or wherever. Like going outside in Atlanta right now is kind of crazy because you actually see a lot of people. There's tons of folks just out. and
Oh,
about,
same
and
with
it's kinda
Virginia.
scary.
We're pretty much, I think we're pretty similar in the experience.
Well, it's-
but...
It's interesting that you say that, because on the Dick Show, on the most recent one, Sean brought up this interesting thing about the quarantine and sort of like why it hasn't been, air quote effective. Because, and I'm inclined to agree, is that it's not actually like Corona is not as dangerous as it's being made out to be, and people realize that, and so they're ignoring the quarantine because they realize it's bullshit. His whole thing was that if this was really bad, people would self-quarantine. Like, culture has this very unique way of preserving itself, like naturally. Like, societal norms will dictate when you should or should not do a thing, and that's very powerful.
Yeah, but at the other end of that, here's how diseases work, and here's the reason why that's like kind of dangerous. People are gonna be like, all right, people are outside, so why am I still inside? All right, I'm going outside. And then there's another uptick in the virus, and then more people who could have easily have survived from just self quarantining, or if they had practiced.
Well, no, that's
social distancing,
that's the point. That's the point.
Mhm.
Is that if it really were as dangerous as it's being made out to be, the government would not have to try to step in and say we're shutting things down. People would just do it on their own.
I mean, that's
like
well,
if it were really as dangerous as they're saying it is, which it's
I'm
not.
gonna be right back, really quick.
Wow. I literally cannot see.
People would just
still crashing?
Yeah, I went on Twitter and actually looked to see if the YouTube Twitter had actually like said anything about it. I didn't see anything. I expect something.
No. Here's what you do: you go on the thing on Twitter. You just type YouTube.
Yeah, that's what I did.
See how many people are shitting on YouTube right now. Go to latest, and we check. Everybody's saying YouTube down. Yup. YouTube down. Yup, YouTube down. Hey, there we go. Something wrong with YouTube. YouTube down. Yup, that's all I had to see. That's all. Even in Japanese. Even in Japanese.
Yo.
Even in Japanese. I love it. YouTube will meet that. Yep. I see it. Oh my gosh.
Did YouTube just get DDoSed or something?
I don't know.
Oh boy.
Going to YouTube's like Twitter page is not what you do. You go to Twitter and you type in YouTube in the search bar and see what the last tweet that had YouTube in it said. And now they're all saying it's down. So that's crazy. Sad. Very sad.
Latest.
I cannot believe I'm on a stream while YouTube's down. Is this real? Oh my gosh.
Oh yeah. Oh my god. Every fucking language in the book, dude.
It's not working for anybody.
No.
It's not working for anybody. This is sad. Egalitarian YouTube downing. There we go.
Hell yeah.
Oh man.
Oh boy.
I cannot wait. Until there's just a period of time when I can just go to a barber and get my hair cut.
Shut up.
Shut up.
Is YouTube still fucking up?
May, so
YouTube's still dead.
both Ninouh and I just went onto Twitter and we looked at the latest tweets.
Oh yeah.
Related to YouTube. Not only is it down, it is down like worldwide. Like every language in the book
is in the living room listening to it right now, and it's live. So it's live for certain people, but it's fucking crashing in a lot of places.
I don't know, man. Let's see this. Let me see what the trends are.
Yeah, because I was gonna say that should fucking uptick fast.
Clear.
Yeah, it definitely will.
Explore.
My fuck YouTube already got 3 comments. It says,
"Yup, YouTube down. YouTube down. Hashtag YouTube down, baby. Down, baby." Oh
wow!
Right, trending right underneath Ghost of Tsushima. That's how you know it. That's how you know it's a situation.
What the hell? Like, I can't remember the last time this happened.
I can, like 3 months ago.
Oh my! It was 3 months ago. Cause like it does go down, but it's fucking stupid. Why?
Yo, YouTube being down is hilarious. It's like this is TV for everybody. This is TV, dog. This is television.
No, I know. It's like, okay, where you don't have entertainment anymore. Like I was watching a live stream.
This is public access, dog. I was public access now.
Absolutely.
Oh gosh.
Oh my gosh.
This is wild. I cannot believe it. You know. Oh man, this has been fun though. But I do have to dip out soon.
It's all good.
No, but I'll stick around for a little bit.
Excellent.
Fucking hell, dude.
When you leave, we'll just bring in callers because we usually do that.
Mate.
Yeah, what's up?
This is how do you like how recently your streams just start getting fucking annihilated by powers outside your control?
Dude, I know, but like at the same time, it's kind of like I can use it as an excuse. Like, oh, I don't make it any bigger. Oh, it's fucking YouTube's fault, dude. Fuck that.
Yeah, I mean, I'm at least glad I got my fucking rant out.
Dude,
like, at
people
least that
people
was
can hear
kinda
it, and like
confirming.
Conrad can hear it. I know that some people can hear it. It's just out in certain places, but like there's still like 40 people I think like it says that are watching the stream. Let me check again. But 46
And-
people? Yeah, there's 46 people who are watching this right now, so
You lucky bastards.
yeah.
Alright, well, it was a great stream. I hope YouTube doesn't continue dying. I hope we're able to somehow pull through these trying times. Have a good one, all y'all.
Yeah, dude, peace out.
Peace.
Stay blessed. Have a good one. Bye bye.
Should we just pull both these guys in the call if they're in here in this waiting room?
Yeah, sure, why not? This is already a disaster, so can't be any worse, right?
I mean, it literally can't, can it? It literally
No.
can't be any worse. I've brought you both into the show, Keyblade and Rui. Keyblade, sup?
Hey,
Here, I'm here. It's good. Everything's great.
can you guys hear me? I think.
Are you guys able to access the YouTube right now?
Mine has
No.
been in another tab off screen for this whole time, and I have had zero problems.
I know,
For me,
like,
it just
my
shows, like,
computer's
the video.
fine.
I can only see the video. There is nothing else on the YouTube web to it. Like, it's just the video. Everything is white. Everything else is white.
What the fuck? I mean, at least you have the video.
Yeah, that's fine.
Kind of wanted some insight into my avatar from Ninouh, like what he sees. What are the behaviors of Ryuko avatars that he's noticed?
Dude, he fucking bailed.
Yeah.
Probably that you're a racist. I think that's what he was saying.
Well, it's specifically the part where like Mako is grabbing Ryuko's tits, and I do ultimately still consider Kill la Kill my favorite over Gurren Lagann, so I'm definitely at least a sexist, but I don't know about racist.
Yeah, let me just pull up this image
Based.
real quick that I saw. Okay, it's like a chart that says on the top would say the N-word, and towards the right it says not allowed to say the N-word.
Oh, I know what you mean. The fucking
Yeah,
food
I have it up
shop.
on screen right now, and yeah, she's like at the top of would say the N-word. It is allowed. It is an in between allowed and not allowed to say. So
Nice.
she's definitely somebody that would say the N-word. So that's kind of like, you know, if you
who
have
are we
that
talking
kind of
about?
avatar.
It's like a horseshoe. Like, oh, never mind. This is a different one. Oh shit.
Yeah, is that a different one? That's really fucking funny. It's definitely true though. Like with people with those avatars, I'll put it in the
Kanata
chat.
pretty fucking. Yeah, Kanata is like the fucking. Yeah.
Oh my
Holy shit.
Well, I've had it since like
Here we go.
2013 when I first watched the show, so I don't feel a need to change it. I'm gonna outlive everyone else who's doing it.
Right. I mean, you're setting a good example, if anything.
Oh, thanks.
Yeah. So good job.
Yeah,
I don't
oh,
agree
is
with
that-
like, you know, judging somebody by their avatar, because that's kind of the fun of having the avatar.
Yeah, sure, but I totally get it, and it is totally funny. So whatever.
Yeah. No.
Is that a that's a picture from Ryuko from Kill la Kill If, I think. That's not from the show. That's from
Whoa.
the
Fucking
shitty
deep
3D.
lore.
Yeah, that do you know about Kill la Kill If?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, the game.
Yeah, I saw some people playing a tournament of it, so I don't know, maybe it's kind of fun, but I don't know. It's like they're doing the exact same kind of 3D anime art style as like the new Guilty Gears and all that, but it's not actually made by Arc System Works. It's just published, so it looks like shit.
Mm-hmm.
Every anime game looks the same now.
Also, I don't know how much harder it is to apply that art style to 3D models that you can view from so many different angles.
I think they do a good job. For example, with I never played it, but with Shonen Clash or whatever the fuck it's called, I think it looks okay.
Mm.
Like 3D, they do a good job. As a 3D artist, I think they do a pretty good job. Pretty hard, and they do it right.
You look
Published,
at
so it
because
looks
I
like-
was looking at the story mode, and the character models are actually just extremely low poly. Like it's weird. It's on PS4.
I'm gonna put the link in the Discord again, just for anybody who wants to click it, because if you click the link, everything crashes but the video. So
Oh, yeah.
it's, and like I tried to like click the share link button, and it would just say youtube.com/ without the actual rest of the URL.
Oh
So
my
Oh,
god, YouTube is
boy.
fucking down,
it's
bro.
I don't know what the fuck is going on, but we are here. This is history, guys.
I got a monkey a moment ago.
We are live. Like people can access us.
It's
Oh
back.
my
What the fuck?
gosh.
Like my homepage loaded again. Can I play a video? Oh, I think it's back
Good.
for
Wow.
me at least.
Yeah, I have my friends. Okay, my friends' buying habits are so fucking weird because they bought Kill la Kill If at full price when it was new, and neither of them had even watched any of Kill la
Stop.
Kill.
Those people are dead to me.
I don't get it. I don't get buying games at full price, and like they could have bought fucking Astral Chain, and I'm like, what the fuck? And like they didn't fucking watch the show, and they're like, oh yeah, well then we'll just watch the show and play the game. They didn't fucking get around to it. So then they just sold the fucking game.
Need to. It's the quarantine. If they have no excuse.
We literally, this was a while ago, but it was like a year ago when the game first came out. But like, yeah, they just had the game new for 5 months, never put it in their Switch once, and then just sold it.
Fucking retards.
Damn.
That's like consumer, like, oh no.
Yeah, I've talked to one of these buddies about it, and like we were having like a real late night conversation about, you know, how like Star Wars you know, Star Wars was a part of his childhood, so he has those hooks in him, and he
That's like the Dead Call of Disney shit level. Shit.
Yeah. I should show him that video because I do think he would be interesting. Because like when we were talking late at night, and it was like he really had like a come to Jesus moment of like, oh my god, am I a fucking consumer? And I was like,
oh, yes,
yeah, a little bit, you know, whatever. You kind of just spend your money without really thinking about it very much.
Ash, are you still here?
Yeah, I'm still here. I just have nothing to say about games in general because I'm bad at them and don't play very many of them. So
we can go back to hating the fucking anime community.
I thought that was interesting that you said that your reprieve from anime is like furry shit, and then like Ninough's was going back to hip hop. For me, anime is kind of my reprieve from video games.
Oh, video games, I imagine, are way worse.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And discourse.
Well, and the reason I would guess that that's the case is because games have a win state and a lose state. So that automatically encourages a dichotomy of you suck or you don't.
Yeah.
You know, as opposed to something like anime where, you know, people are cutthroat and terrible because they think that they're hot shit, and they just, you know, it, like I said, it's an economy of hate mongering. Like, even with that being the case, it can't be as bad as games because, like I said, games have a win state that you're supposed to try to reach. And if you don't, like, people just lose their mind. I mean, like, for Christ's sake, there's that really funny meme of like, you didn't grow, you didn't, you didn't learn anything. You only,
you achieved a hollow victory or whatever.
Yeah, a hollow victory. You know, you like that. There's a reason that exists because that's sort of the way
you have to have a pretty high IQ to understand video games. It's that kind of thing.
Yeah. So I imagine that's way worse, and I totally get that. But like, thankfully, I've never been that into games. Like the most that there were only two. No, there's only been two new games that I've been way into. That was Bloodborne and Death Stranding. That's it. Since Bloodborne came out, those two games are the only ones that I've been actually really into.
I mean, yeah, I don't really keep up with modern games to an incredible degree.
And almost entirely for their aesthetic purposes. Like, Bloodborne is, you know, gothic Victorian era fucking just, it's dope to be in the game.
Yeah. That's why
And
I like Persona 5 so much, is that it's such a aesthetic experience.
Yeah, I mean, I played Persona 5. I didn't finish it.
Yeah, it's pretty fucking long. That's fair.
Yeah, I forget where I got. I got maybe halfway through.
I'm replaying the vanilla right now so that I don't feel like buying Royal until it's like $30.
Yeah. But the reason I like Death Stranding is, and I actually made a funny tweet about this, or at least I thought it was really funny. I said that Doom 2016 and Death Stranding are good for the same fucking reason.
What is that reason?
What?
What is the reason?
Because both of those games rely on a singular gameplay loop. One. Exclusively. One. And the reason that they are good is because, being that they are only about one kind of thing, they are polished to that one thing to an insane high pedigree.
Yeah,
right? Like,
that's something.
but like,
Yeah.
like Doom 2016 makes shooting things the best feeling shooting things you could possibly ask for, and it doesn't ask you to do anything other than shoot things. That's it.
Yeah, it
And
was really cool how Devil May Cry 5 was like, they finally learned that no one wants dumb fucking puzzles in Devil May Cry. You just want to fight shit.
And in Death Stranding, the whole thing is you are going from point A to point B and finding solutions to obstacles in your path. And it just gives you a ton of different ways to, get through those obstacles. But at the end of the day, it's still get from point A to point B. That's it.
Mm-hmm.
And it just encourages you, because that's all it really is. Everything about the game is centered around making that the fullest experience possible, as opposed to a bunch of other modern games that I have literally no interest in, where there's puzzles and there's crafting and there's combat and there's exploration. It's just tons of different shit. And I'm just like, there are some things about those kinds of games that I don't care about, that I don't want to do in a game. But I would have to slog through those sections in order to do the stuff I actually want to do. And I'm not into that. I just don't.
Yeah, every game's got to be Spider-Man. Just let you skip the fucking puzzles.
Yeah. Yeah, I just, when I pick out a game, I want it to, I pick it out because of one singular reason, one particular purpose. So that's why I like both of those. That's why I like those games, because they are all about one thing, and they just make doing that one thing the best it could possibly be. And you can just kind of settle with both of those games. You can kind of settle into this Zen state of just doing the thing, because it becomes muscle memory after a point, because it's not asking you to switch gears in your brain constantly.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, actually, for example, with Death Stranding, one of the reasons that I think it got so much backlash at the beginning is because everyone thought it was going to be the fucking the same action game every fucking game is nowadays.
I mean,
people are ignoring gameplay. Death Stranding, it's Kojima. He likes to put a new fucking concept for gameplay. So he made a game where you have to solve puzzles while moving to one place to another, and do it the right way. But everyone thought they were going to get something like fucking the name Tomb Raider or some shit. And they fucking lost their shit because they couldn't fucking cope with the idea that there are different types of gameplays that have similar aesthetics to other things that already exist. And I think that Stranding is what made me actually separate myself from the community, from video games especially. And eventually,
I don't think I was ever part of that community. I think that's why I have a pretty positive relationship. I just play games. I got into using Discord within the last month, and I'm not really in any gaming Discords super regularly.
Same.
I got into Discord because it was better than Skype, and still is better than Skype. I have never used it as a gamer's thing.
No, I mean, I'm in my older brother's server. that's kind of it in terms of playing games with people. But yeah, last night, I would honestly say that the FF7 remake, I mean, it just I don't know, there's mini games and stuff, but you just have the combat, but there's also a bunch of cutscenes and all that stuff that's in the way.
I mean, I would never have played that because I tried playing the original and I hated it. So,
Well, Final Fantasy VII Remake, I borrowed from a friend because there was no way I was going to buy it. And I've been mostly enjoying it. I mean, it's definitely true. I'm pretty sure Nate said this, where like FF7 is a game you play to get to the story, and then the remake is like you watch the story to get to the gameplay.
yeah.
I don't find there definitely is like a problem. I did definitely get audibly anxious when Tifa was reiterating for the third time how worried she was as to whether or not Don Corneo was bluffing about Shinra dropping the plate. Like within 15 minutes. It's like, yeah, I get it. I mean, I guess normies are either going to get bored or scared if a character isn't saying something every 5 fucking seconds. But it was getting really tiresome.
I have no idea, but I have no interest in the Final Fantasy VII remake. Even though I'm like trying to play all the Final Fantasy games, it just, I don't know.
May, have you tried to play the original 7?
And no, because I'm up to 4.
Okay. Because
and it's so bad, I don't even want to play 4. So I'm just like, fuck 7. Like,
I'll explain what I didn't. What didn't sit right with me with 7, just because I think Keyblade, you've definitely played the original.
FF7?
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't get I got to like right before you get out of Midgar. I didn't get super far, but yeah.
Okay. I stopped playing right after you got out. Okay.
Maybe that's why the remake is just to Midgar. Because no one fucking finished it. No one played on the rest of the fucking game.
It's so funny.
The thing that that bothered me is that the game doesn't explain anything. Like when you're in a this granted is just my perspective and is how I play games, and I acknowledge that as someone who is bad at games, this is probably not the most comprehensive way to look at them. But the whole appeal to me of a role of like a turn-based combat system is like a very, very carefully controlled use of the rules, right? Like if you're in a real-time combat situation, be it a first-person shooter or like a third-person fantasy game, doesn't matter, right? Like the game kind of just, you kind of go on your gut when you're playing it in order to like do things correctly and well, right? You're just kind of mashing buttons a little bit, just kind of looping around and stuff. And the appeal of victory in those situations is that you were able to button mash your way to victory, more or less.
It's reflexive more so than it is tactical in most instances.
Yeah, right. And so your hand-eye coordination, your general skill of using the controls is why you feel good, why you get the catharsis from victory. But the thing about a turn-based system is that catharsis is entirely couched in your finite understanding of exactly how the rules function. Like your catharsis comes from the fact that when you achieve victory in a turn-based system, your catharsis is derived from the fact that you knew all of the rules going in, and you were able to manipulate those rules in a very strategic, well thought out, timed way in order to get through that encounter.
So what I imagine you're getting at is that you're not as into like the ATB system.
Nope, that doesn't. Nope, not at all. Like something that fills up over time, like that. Okay, whatever. I don't care. Here's my problem: is that all of those rules that you would normally use to gauge how to be successful in a turn-based system are just not explained. It just gives you options, and you just kind of have to guess. Like you achieve victory almost what it feels like by happenstance, by blind dumb luck, because you don't have all of the rules and all of the systems laid out for you. So I never felt like my strategy, whenever I achieved victory, I never felt that I was like I had achieved victory because I knew what I was doing. Like I always felt like I guess the game just kind of let me win, or like
the beginning is just kind of easy.
Or like I guessed correctly. I never felt that I had grasped the systems in such a way that my decisions were made in an educated way. And so I just didn't want to play it anymore because I didn't want to play a game that had that kind of combat system where I didn't feel like I knew what the fuck was going on in those combat situations.
Okay. I mean, I'm not the...
For example, a good example of this is Pokemon, right? Pokemon turn-based combat system. Before you really get into the game, it lays out everything. It tells you how the system works. It tells you what type matchups are. It explains what stab is. It gives you all of the rules right up front, right out the gate, so that every fight after that, you know what will and will not cause your defeat. And you can always point to, it was that moment. That was where I fucked up. That was where I didn't consider X thing, and that's why I failed, and I have to retry it. Whereas in Final Fantasy VII, when I was playing the original, I just goes like, when I would get defeated, I would be like, I have no fucking idea why that happened.
I mean, I guess that's fair. I don't remember. I don't
think Pokemon is that simplified.
No. Okay.
When you play it, just like, I don't think they tell you anything about type mashups. You have to find all of that on your own.
There's almost a book is cool, like the book is cool on every fucking game, but you have to read like a fucking. I mean, if you want, you can. There's always a book is cool.
Yeah, there's always a Pokemon trainer school. It has a book that talks about the type matchups. It also usually has a book describing
not the original Pokemon game.
No. Not
the original
like the
couple. Like
I mean, or OG Pokemon was fucking rough.
Yeah.
You only would get explained the status effects, but never. And I mean, some of the stats were broken too in the original Pokemon, so it was even more.
Yeah, no, the original Pokemon is garbage.
Like, but I mean, that was like around when Final Fantasy VII came out, right? Like not too far before.
Don't know. Basically, what I'm saying is I don't like it when in a turn-based game it doesn't explain to me how everything works, because then I don't know how the fuck I'm supposed to actually do anything.
Yeah, I agree.
I'm not the biggest. I always thought that I wasn't actually into RPGs that much. They're not my favorite, but I like them. You know, I like Persona 4 and 5, and I like Final Fantasy X. I've beaten that. But in terms of Final Fantasy VII Remake, the reason I was interested in that is because Final Fantasy does not really have its nostalgia hooks in me like it does for a guy like Nate, who has like this obligation to play the 7 Remake. You know, like him and Jesse. Yeah, so I didn't buy it. I just borrowed it from a friend who I knew would. And the reason I'm interested in it is because in terms of what Square Enix does have on me, I'm a old grizzled Kingdom Hearts vet and a fan of Parasite Eve, which I'm pretty sure Kingdom Hearts 1 and 2 and Parasite Eve are pretty much like, along with Brave Fencer Musashi, which I haven't gotten into. They're like the first 4 action RPGs that Square has ever made, and they're the first ones, and they're the best ones they've ever made, because every idea, like the controls on a fundamental level, just get worse and worse. All of the weird new gameplay systems are more esoteric and less innately satisfying. They just get fucking goofy like they always do. And so Final Fantasy VII Remake, it has an ATB bar that, you know, fills up, but it's still like live combat where you can move around. And, you know, it's obviously like Kingdom Hearts in a lot of ways. So that's why I was into it. And comparing it to those 2 games has been interesting. Mm-hmm. Although I actually jumped into the general voice chat on the server last night. I streamed with I pinged a bunch of people, and we had like a discussion from
I saw you guys doing that.
It was from 10 p.m. to about 7:40 in the morning, and I was the first to join and the last to leave, as I always like to be. And for the first few hours, I was just playing through FF15 in order to beat it, so I could delete it from my hard drive because it's 100 gigs. And it was okay. So going from Kingdom Hearts to FF7 was not a problem. But okay, juggling all of these games that basically have the same control scheme really fucked me up, because like Kingdom Hearts is X to attack, circle to jump, square to block when you're standing still, dodge when you're moving. And then Final Fantasy VII Remake is X to open up your command menu for items and special skills, square for your normal string of attacks, triangle for your like special weapon attack, and then circle is your dodge button and R1 is block.
Mhm.
And then Final Fantasy 15 is X to jump, square is defend and dodge, and then circle is attack. And so all of these games that are basically the same and feel very similar all have the buttons doing different shit, and it completely fucked with me.
Yeah, it's really bad.
It surprises me that you can remember like the button. Like if you ask me, for example, I played Destiny 2 for like I've been playing. I have like 200 hours in that game. If you ask me what does exactly, I wouldn't be able to tell you until I fucking play the game.
Actually, the frustrating thing is that in Japan, Kingdom Hearts and FF15 are the same, where you have circle to attack, X to
Now
jump.
that is weird.
Yeah, they changed it because because in Kingdom Hearts, you're not actually X is not a dedicated attack button. It is just to select whatever is selected on the command menu, and it always just rests on attack. So, but like when you use the D-pad to shift down to your magic menu or your item menu, then it becomes like X and circle are no longer like attack and circle. They're controls to navigate the menus. So they didn't want they don't want white people having to go into menus using circle to confirm and X to go back, because that's contrary to what they've been doing on PlayStation for years.
Yeah, no, I feel that, but I'm kind of in the same camp as Rui there. If you ask me what button do you press to do a thing in a game, I'll be like, hang on a sec. I just press the button.
I've been in a chat with Rui before, and I've said this.
Yeah.
I am a control scheme otaku.
Yeah, we talked about how like he's assigned for a certain game for like 12 hours or something like that.
Like my typical way of doing things in a game will be in the first couple seconds, if I've never played it before, to literally touch all buttons to see what they do and not register what button it was, just register where my finger went and what happened on screen. And that is how I go on to play the game after that.
That's very
For
interesting.
example, if I get like a quick time event, if I press fucking right trigger, I'm like, what the fuck? What's the right trigger, dude? Until I press everything and something fucking works. Okay,
yeah, I think of a new idea, because like I guess this is why I'm not in like video game discourse or whatever. I just have my guys I'm subbed to on YouTube, which are just guys like Matthew Matosis or whatever, who are pretty lax, and then I just go onto Google Drive and I just fiddle around with and look at my GDDs, which are game design documents. Like that's like game design documents are my main form of creative writing. And I have a new idea for a game like at least once a month. And it always starts as either a cool cast of characters in my head or a control scheme.
Huh. I
just go with a feel.
You brought up QuickTime events. You want to know how I do those? Whenever I see one of those happening on the screen, I know shit like, because normally I just have the controller like in my lap or something like that. Whenever a QuickTime event type thing is going to come up in a game, immediately the controller has to like come up to like the side of the screen so that I can see both the controller and the screen at the same time, so that I can like, square, hang on, let me like glance over, that's it, and then hit it.
Yeah. But anyway, you just be playing a QuickTime event, like a game with QuickTime events. That's pretty rare. Sometimes it happens. Fucking QuickTime events. Get the fuck out of my games.
Do you guys? I mean, I don't know, May, if you wanted to bring in some other people. Do you guys have any opinions on my fucking rant?
Yeah, I just wanted to say something like with the people, like to everyone watching, like stop looking for the anime community. There is not such thing as a fucking anime community. Like, if you wanna have like some sense of community, like follow the fucking people on Twitter, like mangakas and fucking almost every artist like has a like, Twitter account. just follow them, even if they're in Japanese and you don't understand shit. Sometimes you find you can understand, and if you know Japanese, then it's pretty cool.
Yeah, I follow a lot of Japanese Twitter accounts. It's
Yeah,
great.
Japanese Twitter accounts. You will get a bunch of fucking hentai on your fucking Twitter. You will get fucking cool art and fucking crazy shit.
And I mean, you can
Just follow
translate
them.
it just right on Twitter. Like,
Yeah,
we'll get the
exactly. Honestly,
gist
like,
of it, dude.
follow the fucking mangakas and the fucking creators. Fuck influencers and shit like that. I mean, if you like them, that's fine. Like, we are here. We're here with this party. But follow. Don't get into the anime community. Fuck, there is not such thing as that. Everyone is just a bunch of pedantic assholes.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, there are people that would probably consider themselves the anime community, but you can ignore the existence of those people completely.
Yeah, follow the people that you cannot ignore. That's the creators, as Ash said. Like,
Well, my contention is more with the fact that I don't that I hate, like, even though I enjoy talking about anime, I feel like I don't actually enjoy doing it, because anytime I try, anybody who I will try to do it with, like, invariably, even if that person is being agreeable, somebody will jump in.
Yeah.
Somebody will come in to just shit all over, and I'm just like, I don't want to do that anymore.
yeah, also don't go into very big like spaces like Origin. Going to general threads on 4chan, that's fucking nuts. Like our anime or our manga or something like that. It's fucking dumb.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I pay to be on the Diglett Discord, because there's like just 10 people active at the same time, almost the same 5 people all the time. But I know what they like. I can understand them. I can talk with them. I can communicate. Like, it's just 5 people. If I go into a 4chan thread, it's just 100 fucking idiots thinking shit at everyone. So yeah, either go directly to the source on Twitter, like follow the fucking creators, or go to small communities where everything is more controllable. Everything is an actual interaction.
Yeah.
That's
I don't think I have any thoughts. I don't, cause like, I mean, I was thinking about how cause anime can get easily appropriated by the right or the left, and I'm thinking that video games are basically the same in that sense.
I mean, some of them feel just made for that purpose.
I definitely am following Reset Era Takes, which is pretty haha, pretty funny, making fun of the libs or whatever, who are all on Reset Era.
Oh my god, stop.
Reset Era's Twitter, I sometimes get people retweeting it, and it invariably fucking hysterical.
Yeah,
and they only have like the same 3 complaints. Oh, like this guy has well documented the fact that like the same 3 threads are made forever and ever, and it's Persona 5 has homophobic shit in it, Yakuza 0, something Yakuza, and then Persona 5 Royal fixed the homophobic shit, but it doesn't matter. It's too late. We don't forgive you, or something. I've been taking a break. I haven't been on Twitter at all during quarantine. I was just like, let's see what happens when I scoot this out of my life.
Yeah.
I just have hentai and fucking anime girls on my Twitter. I don't mind.
Yeah, I lied. I sometimes have a couple times immediately gone into the search bar just to update my photo galleries to see what the hentai guys I'm following
Absolutely.
have uploaded.
Hentai Twitter is way better than Annie Twitter.
Yeah.
That's all I have to say.
It's amazing.
Way more respect for the creators, you know.
That's why finishing that. Go to fucking hentai Twitter is the best shit you can go to. That's it.
Yeah, definitely. I tip my fedora to that.
Change the world.
Don't tell anyone, but I finally got my unemployment. I started getting it.
Oh shit. We don't have fucking books here. Goodbye. Change the world.
I don't. I'm. Nobody tell my mom, because she's gonna start charging me rent again.
Oh my god.
All right, get out of here.
Oh my gosh. All right, gotta kick these boys. Bye, Keyblade.
Bye-bye.
All right. Let's bring in Avocado.
All right.
Yo, Avocado.
You're on stream.
You are
Unmute yourself.
live.
Don't be a pussy.
Oh boy, those two guys. Oh,
Yeah.
we got a super chat from Foxy Kedu for $2. What's Ninough's persona? He's definitely a panther, like a Black Panther.
Oh yeah, for sure. For sure. Oh god. Oh god.
Stop! It's true. You don't even have to say anything.
No, you say it and it's like, oh. Yep. No argument there. I can't even, you know.
Yeah, that is pretty funny.
Are you
Oh,
Nick
he's here.
Avocado?
Hola, hola.
Hello. What brings you in tonight?
Okay, I wanted to talk about. I think I'm like the only person that actually likes this chat and thinks that it's cool. The reason I like it so much is because like it's on my. If you want to look at, I don't know, like the show, like the best show, the best like one thing that you really enjoy about anime for that one thing, and I genuinely think that and that people who like, I don't know, like dump on is whatever.
All right,
I
your
barely
mic is cutting
understand.
out really
Yeah.
bad.
And you're roboting hard.
I think he said he liked the chat, but I'm not sure which chat he said.
Yeah.
Oh boy, he's typing right now.
Yeah, he's yeah.
Let's see what he
You're
types. I'm gonna
oh,
leave
yeah.
if that happens then.
just tell us what you were trying to say,
Yeah,
and
just type it
we'll
in.
figure it out. Yeah. I suppose we have to kind of wait for the stream to catch up because everybody else probably
Should we
has
just
no
remove
idea.
him?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
We'll review. Just go ahead and type up what you had to say. We'll respond accordingly.
Alright, I'm gonna bring in Small Boy. Small Boy. Small Boy, you're in the chat. You're here.
Hang on, let me mute the stream.
Word.
Oh yeah, YouTube has recovered, babe. I just checked.
Yeah. I was checking and then I checked again and it wasn't. So it's just kind of like, I assume it's working for some people. What's up,
Alright,
Small
hi.
Boy?
What's up?
Just streaming on a broken system.
I need some help neurotyping myself.
Oh,
Going all the
shit.
way back.
Hell yeah.
So I've determined I'm somewhere in between analyst, fascinator, and new type. I can't tell how impressionist I am though.
Well, May's the one to ask you the questions, not me.
Absolutely.
She lives with this shit, so.
So what exactly are you, what do you think it means to be like more impressionistic?
Well, I mean, I guess kind of like that you think of things not super in words, but like just as concepts. But I don't think of things like as concepts, but I tend to veer more into like impressionistic stuff. And like if I think something in my brain, I don't need to like put it into words to understand it.
Right. But are you comfortable putting it into words? Do you like doing that?
Sometimes.
What is the process like for you? Does it take a long time or can you just like generate words for it immediately?
Oh no, it would have to take me like I would have to think about things before I say them. It wouldn't just like come out immediately.
Yeah, which makes me want to put you more towards the new type category, but probably still in like a fascinator. Do you enjoy reading and what kind of books do you like?
Oh, I don't really enjoy reading all that much.
Uh-huh.
It's a little I mean, I haven't read that much honestly, so I really couldn't
Right.
tell you.
Right. Is it easier for you to read, or is it just like boring?
It's easy. It's just really hard to find stuff I enjoy.
Right. That makes me think you're like a fascinator, but like kind of towards a new type, maybe.
Alright. I see.
Yeah, but I mean, like for me, I can be way more lexical, like depending on the day. So
Yeah,
I
like, for
definitely relate
school.
to being kind of like confused as to where you'd fall in there, and I think that is what kind of is the middle ground. You know, that's kind of what makes
Yeah.
Fascinator different. Is you can tap into both of those, but you are primarily an impressionistic person.
Gotcha. Thank you for that.
Yeah.
Yeah, for school, I can just, like, bull crap the crap out of anything that I need to write.
Right. No, that's definitely some kind of Fascinator shit. I relate.
Yeah.
All right.
That's basically it. That's it.
All right. Avocado actually typed up what he meant to say.
Word.
I don't know if you see that, May.
I see it now. Okay, I was saying that I'm a simp for Ash's chart. It's what I thought he said. Because it's literally the best thing for databasing on Mel. I want it to be included. They're so fucking bad for that reason. You're an animation fag. Look up the show with the best rating for animation on the sites cataloged for the chart. For databasing in the chart is based.
Well, thank you. Unfortunately, for the exact reasons that I just ranted on this stream for, I kind of hate my own chart now.
Yeah.
I am so sick and tired of getting the exact same fucking criticism with people who who just aren't paying attention, who aren't listening to what I'm explaining about it. I don't want to even look at it anymore. Like, it's just, I have other people ruined my own shit for me. Like,
Yeah, dude.
I'm glad that you like it. And if you want to keep using it, by all means, please. That's awesome and that's cool. But I just have routinely gotten nothing but fucking shit about it for various reasons. It's always like the same couple.
One interesting thing about it is like it's a very lexical understanding of how to score a show. So I wonder if like just because YouTube is full of like impressionistic like kids, that they would reject something that required you to understand a lot of meaning.
I mean, maybe that's the case, but the point is that because of the hate mongering that that drives the anime community, I just don't want to engage with the chart because it by default has shown me that all I'm gonna get is shit. You know? Like, why on earth would I subject myself to something I know only has a bad outcome?
Because you want the bad outcome. That's the
No, but see, I
only
don't.
reason. Exactly.
See, yeah, exactly. That maybe before I would have been okay with it, because like again, once you're in the system and you get into that cycle, right? You enjoy the hate mongering because you're dishing it out to a degree, right? You're inside that system. Right?
Right.
But at the second I stepped out of it, I was just like, I don't want to do that. It's stupid. It's fucking stupid.
Do you think that part of that has to do with like sharing a similar audience to the show and like having people who maybe don't normally like what you have to say seeing your stuff?
True.
Because I used to have a lot of that, especially like when I first started, where people were just expecting me to be making Digibro content. And it's just like, I mean, after a while, those people fucking realize that that this is a completely different person and that they need to readjust. But
yeah. What ended up happening is that I never seemed to get that kind of reaction. Like it was always people expecting my stuff to be like someone else's thing, or like that I would just take the position that was assumed to be the air quote right one on something. And so I only ever like whenever I would post something, I would always invariably get some sort of just shit. And I'm not, no.
Yeah.
I'm done. I'm done. I'm enjoying doing my creative writing shit with furry stuff. So
Dude, definitely do what makes you the happiest, especially if you're not making money off of it. It's just kind of like, don't worry about forcing yourself to confront this toxicity. But I really would like to, hear more about your opinions on Higurashi. But like, if it,
I mean, I have no problem. Like, if you if on a stream or something, you just maybe to like read the script that I wrote, I'll do that.
Oh, that'd be cool. Maybe we could do something like that.
I mean, so I'm not opposed to doing something like that. It's just I don't feel the desire to just put myself in a situation where I'm only going to be inviting negativity onto myself where there's literally no reason for me to do it.
Yeah.
And like I said, like my biggest problem with this is not so much the fact that that's how that's how the anime community, functions. It's once you get into that system, it's the vitriol that you'll get when you decide when you like make it known that you have no intention of continuing.
Mm-hmm.
Like this expectation that once you're in, you're fucking in. And you're never allowed to leave. And how dare you think
yeah, and
do you know what I'm talking about?
It's super difficult to grow too because now you have all these people who like are so negative towards you. No, I absolutely know what you're talking about, and like sometimes it just helps to take a break.
Well, I mean, no. Like it's hard to take a break because like I just want to fucking never look at it ever again and just continue to do what I actually enjoy doing. But in the back of my mind, like I get this like feeling of guilt almost of all of these people that are, I don't want to say like relying on you, but like kind of, this expectation that like this cloud of expectation of the people who have seen your stuff just weighing down on you, just kind of telling you you're not allowed to leave.
So actually the exact opposite of what you would think happened when I decided to make a video every single day. Because once you start like making a lot of content, people start losing interest like for the exact opposite reason.
Huh.
So it's just kind of like, even when you try really hard, nobody's going to be fucking happy. And it's a true meritocracy. And like, it's hard to overcome it at first, but like, fuck commenters. And that's literally all I have to say is like, fuck you. If you have expectations for somebody, like, why?
Yeah, just go.
You
fuck
haven't
yourself.
been fucked enough, I guess. So go fuck yourself again.
For Avocado in the chat who's saying that they would miss my vids if I stop making. It's not like I'm gonna stop making shit, right? Like I'm just not going to put like all of my effort. Like with the Higurashi thing, I probably will maybe just read it off on stream here. Like my brain is not capable of just turning off like that. Like that's not.
Oh,
that
right.
isn't
It's
gonna
so
happen.
fucking hard, dude.
Right.
I mean, like honestly, making a video every day so far has helped a lot with that kind of feeling where it's like, oh, it's a half-baked idea. It's gonna be a half-baked video. I don't know. It's just really one of those kind of things where it's like I don't really know how to deal with it, but just to overwhelm myself with that sensation. But I completely relate to it.
I am incapable of, if I am to like watch a show and have a thought about it, I am incapable of not writing those thoughts out.
Yeah.
Because the way that the lateral brain works is that unless, especially for the human calculator types, unless you write it out, it's just this it's like this cloud of thoughts that are interconnected in this very detailed and intricate way that you have no way to take apart unless you do write them down in an ordered fashion.
You should just get a VTuber, write a script, read the script with the VTuber, and just put it to like a still image, no editing required.
I've honestly thought just like
appeal.
Getting a WordPress blog and just like posting my script stuff.
Oh yeah, that'd be fucking cool too.
Just turning everything into just text.
Yeah.
It's like I write it, I make sure that all the grammar is right and that it reads well, and then I'm fucking done.
Yeah. And if you want like people to be serious about what you're saying and actually care about the effort that you put in, writing is the best way to kind of get that forward. It's just like has less mass appeal than making a video, but that's the trade-off.
But I don't want mass appeal. I do
right?
it not I do it not because I'm trying to get people to pay attention. I'm doing it because I need to do that because my brain needs to do that.
Right.
Like I would be thinking about it and writing stuff out that way, even if nobody was listening.
Yeah,
So
I
it's
mean,
not
I'm
like
sure if you tried to write, you would find an audience quickly. Because
Yeah,
there's
I mean-
tons of like more lexical anime fans who like stuff like that.
yeah. I don't know. It's just I probably will be it will be rare for me, I think, going forward to make an actual video because I'm just done with the hate that's associated with doing it. I'm just done.
Oh yeah, and there's like no reason for you to have to push yourself
No.
through it. Like for me, I kind of got desensitized because I wasn't gonna like leave Conrad because of the fact that like people are negative in videos. So it's just you deal with it. Like it doesn't matter.
Yeah. But I mean that's extenuating circumstances. You
Oh,
had something
right.
that was
Yeah.
worth more than that. I don't have any reason to stick with
Absolutely,
it, you know?
yeah. I wouldn't
Like
don't do it unless you're passionate about it, you know?
yeah, like one of the things that I've had an idea for a script for a really long time of writing a thing called racing as narrative because the narrative structure of anything involving driving is very different from your typical structure. It's almost got its own structural components to it that are very unique to that because of the way that driving sort of informs how a story moves forward.
Mm-hmm.
And I would want to talk about that. I had this idea to like compare 3 films: Redline, the American Speed Racer movie, and this Hot Wheels movie from the early 2000s. That was a direct-to-DVD movie that I still think is awesome and based, and I think it holds up. But this idea was to take these 3 things that are, you've got an anime, you've got an American live action film that is adapted from an anime, and then an American animated film. And to just show that despite these being totally different things from the outside perspective, because they're all about racing, they all have almost identical structural like narratives, almost identical.
Right.
Down to the main character, down to the character motivations, down to the pacing of all of them. It is almost identical. But I've never made it because I know that anime fans don't care about cars.
You got a $2 super chat from Yusuf Kershid who says, Ash, why not post anime analysis for patrons only?
Because I've always held that I would never make a Patreon unless I hit 10,000 subscribers on YouTube.
Why 10,000?
Because that was the number that I felt at which, upon making a Patreon, you could actually make a living off of it. Potentially. That at that point, even if you only had 1% donating $1, you'd still be making $1,000. And so at that point, that's where it becomes worth it.
Why does it matter if you're still making the same amount? If you have like 5,000, but you still have the same amount of patrons as a 10,000 because you engage your viewers more.
I don't know. Like I said 10,000 because that seemed like a healthy number that you could actually sustain at, and 10,000 to me would also indicate that you have growth potential. Like you're not just going to flatline.
Right. But how much on Patreon would you equate that to being? Because for me, it's more of like the exact dollar amount, and I've seen people with little subscribers make a lot on Patreon just because they have good rewards.
Well, that's the other thing. We talked about this with the merch thing.
Yeah.
I'm wholly against digital reward systems of any kind.
Like at OnlyFans, you might only have 10 people subbing to you, but you're able to survive on that.
Well, the other thing too is that I wanted to be at a level where if I decided to make a Patreon, I could actually live off of it, and I know what that dollar amount has to be, and I know that in order to make that dollar amount, you need to have growth potential, and you need to have an audience at a size that indicates that you do. Because I have observed that Patreon, the way that kind of the sort of meta of it is that people are more inclined to donate to a Patreon if it already has like what appears to be a proven track record, i.e. a larger dollar amount. Like people internalize this idea of if this person is making money, clearly they are worth money to other people. They are worth
absolutely.
my
and
money.
Sometimes like there's smaller patrons who you are like they're never gonna actually hold their word for their rewards.
Yeah.
They aren't actually serious about their patron goal.
Mhm.
Because that's
Yeah.
kind of honestly the truth. Like, I've given money to people who have just like completely given up.
Yeah.
So
So if
yeah.
I were to make a Patreon, I would want it to be at a level where somebody coming to the Patreon would be able to see the dollar amount that I'm making a month and immediately know that, okay, it's clear that this person is clearly worth donating to because of how much they are
Yeah.
already making.
My Patreon is like per post only, and I haven't charged anybody since the one video I made, Anime Has a Weight Problem, like half a year ago. But the Patreon exists just for like when I make a high effort video.
Yeah. And so that's kind of why.
Yeah.
For those curious, I would need to make $4,000 on Patreon every month.
But I mean, you don't have to make it a full-time living. That's kind of like what Patreon is about.
No, I get that. But the thing is I would not feel comfortable making a Patreon unless I was putting in the amount of effort to make it a full-time
But
living.
what if the expectation was you give me $5 every month when I make one video? Like, there's no expectation to make anything more than a month, you know?
Well, the way that I make videos, it would be more than a month.
Then you can use more than a month. You just have to, like, you know, the Patreon allows you to set an expectation. Like,
I don't know. I decided arbitrary numbers for a variety of reasons.
yeah, but I mean, I think that's kind of like something you're hiding behind. Because if you actually look at it, you could make a Patreon, and I would encourage you to look at the possibility of it if somebody's telling you that, like, that might be a good idea. Because maybe you might make $10 for every video you make, which you wouldn't have made on YouTube even if you were making more frequent videos.
That's true. But I mean, at this point, it would be per post.
You can do that, though. I mean, like, I don't think it's so much of selling out as what people say, but, like, there is a degree of it.
I mean, if I were to make a Patreon right now, the kind of thing that I would kind of say it would just be, you are subscribing to my Patreon. There are multiple tiers. There are no rewards for any of them. And all of the content is through Patreon.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I just do text posts on Patreon.
Yeah.
I back them up on a WordPress blog.
Kind
that
of
is
like what
it.
Jesse does with his Patreon.
That would be kind of how I'd do it if I were to do it.
Yeah, I mean, I would maybe look at it. We have a $2 super chat from Butthole Weeb. Ash, do you wrestle your weasel to Scooby-Doo?
No.
It's some furry shit right there.
No.
Wow.
I don't.
All right, let's bring in
never would.
some more people from the waiting room. You want to bring in Foxy Socks Cadu?
Yeah, why not?
Foxy Socks.
Whoa,
Hello.
let me mute the stream. Hold on. Hello.
What's up?
I missed the first half of the stream, but it sounds like it was hell.
I don't know what the fuck is going on with YouTube.
When I logged onto YouTube, you know that page with the monkeys and it says, "Oops, something's not working." And then I refreshed it about 5 times, and half the page loaded, and the other half was a weird blank space. And then your stream would swap from going to video unavailable to showing just the chat to showing just the video. It's weird. It's like the Twilight Zone of YouTube right now.
Do you think it's related to the coronavirus at all?
I would not be surprised.
Somebody at YouTube Studios just like died and their head like hit a button.
They like trip over like a server cord or something. Would not be surprised in the slightest.
Oh my god.
Can I ask for a TLDR of that hour that I missed? Because I was AFK.
Ninouh was here. He made pork stir fry. Ash went off on the fucking anime community and how toxic they are.
I caught a bit of it. Is like I completely understand.
My contention is that the anime community is entirely fueled by hate mongering, and it makes it actually shit. And the only way that you're able to like notice is if you step outside it for long enough to realize that it's really terrible and that there's no reason.
same as the Tumblr community, quote unquote community, I would say.
Yeah, back
It's
in
so
the day.
funny because then you go to a convention and it's like everybody's completely different.
Everyone's chill.
It's
Well,
completely
people are like
just
way more
like.
chill in real life than they are online.
Well,
It's
yeah,
not
no
that-
fucking shit, but like I guess being a pretentious anime fan gives you like
Well, it's-
points
I
to be an asshole.
I think another part of it is because that part of their life has consumed them so much. It's
Yeah.
part of their identity.
Yeah.
So anything that conflicts with their perspective on anime is an attack. Like
Yeah.
is a person like they'll get defensive.
Yeah, well, I mean, my comparison that I made is that the fact that anime and I mean larger nerd fandoms suffer from this as well, is that they are based on an external source material that they don't have any way to control the source material. So like they have to. It's almost like they naturally become defensive of it, and you have to.
If
there-
they
there's-
even
there's
if they
groupthink.
disagree with it. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
it. Even if they initially disagree with that, like with the running narrative, if they want to ascribe to that, like if they want to be a part of that scene, they'll adapt to it. Like it
Well, I mean,
how do I word this?
my counterpoint was that something like the furry community doesn't have that problem because everything that allows that community to exist is
Decentralized.
yeah,
right?
well, it's decentralized and internally manifested. The furry community doesn't exist without artists that are in the community. Like you can't go around shitting on people making things in the furry community because without those people, you don't have a furry community. So it naturally breeds a far more just general positivity toward the simple act of making a thing.
Whereas with like
Anime is always going to be around whether you make something about it or not.
knock on wood if I offend somebody or not, but I think a lot of religions are the same way too.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, like it's the same concept. Like the source material that you hold up as a gospel is so far disconnected that you're not a part of that process. You're just
an adherent
to the narrative or the status quo. Or, I don't know how to word it.
No, yeah, no. The community centralizes itself around a piece of source material, and anytime anybody comes in trying to be critical of that source material or having a different opinion of that source material, that's not cool. And we're gonna shit down your fucking throat, and we're gonna make sure you know that you're a piece of shit and that you shouldn't have spoken, and that I like all this terrible shit. Whereas if the people involved in the community are the ones making the air quote source material, that level of direct engagement with it is going to just, I think, naturally prevent that kind of vitriol because
They're so much empathetic towards each other. I
Right.
think.
It's kind of like the PCP fan base.
Yeah.
They're all there for the PCP. It's all user generated content.
And so like if you go around and you're trying to say that like this artist is bad or this person is a fucking piece of shit and like they shouldn't like what the fuck is wrong with you, right? Like once you start going down that fucking path of chasing people away, you start to very quickly run into you're going to chase all of them away and be left with nothing. So I guarantee you that there are people that get that way in the furry community, but that shit doesn't fucking fly. And that person is dealt with, is taken care of, is excised.
Yeah, like furry drama cycles are kind of funny and interesting because if somebody
I'm gonna be honest, I think it's because there's more female furries. People want more people to engage with the fandom, whereas in the anime fandom, it's like exclusive.
Well, I wouldn't say just female, but a more diverse cast of people, I would say.
Yeah, like the appeal is to meet other people like you with furries, you want to collaborate and you want to find artists and you want to
I think that's another
further
thing.
the existence of your OC, I guess.
Like the furry it feels so arbitrary and ambiguous when I say, quote unquote, the furry fandom, the anime community. It's because at the end of the day, it's like really a bunch of smaller groups of people.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, well, what I'm talking about is like the consistent elements across all of them.
Yeah.
Because you're right, like those larger things are divided up into more unique subsets. But what I'm getting at is that in all of the instances in which I've interacted with the anime community, this stuff that I'm talking about has been a consistent thing.
The negative, like the hate mongering stuff,
Yes.
keeps cropping up. Like it's a constant, no matter where you go.
Yeah. Whereas
I've definitely gotten into really long arguments with people, not because I disagree with them about an anime take, but because they're so defensive about it. It's not even that I disagree with them. We can have the same like perspective on something. But just the sheer like the instant knee-jerk reaction of like getting defensive, passive aggressive about just discussing about a show is astounding to me.
Right.
Yeah, and I can't deal with it anymore. And I don't want to deal with it anymore. Because
Is that
part
of why you're disowning your chart because people will complain about how other people rate their own shows?
I'm not disowning it. I'm just saying I don't want to interact with people using it because invariably the only thing I get like nobody is like all I'm getting is shit and the same kind from people who are not paying attention to what I've said. I
think with your chart specifically, some of the people who have issues with it are taking it way too seriously. Like me, like I haven't even finished like rating an anime on it because I figured out early on during the process. I've tried about a few times. I've done it for I've started doing it for Trigun, for BNA, for Evangelion, and invariably I would stop in the middle. I'm like, oh, I'm rating like all of these 10s and all of these zeros. Like this is not helpful for me at all. So instead, I'm just using those like the vocabulary given to me by the chart to help contextualize like what I like about something.
Yeah, I mean that's fine. Like the chart has a lot of different uses, but like my point is, it's like I don't want to be anywhere near it anymore because there's no positivity that's coming out of it, none.
That's tragic.
And I mean, and the same can be said of almost all of my videos. Like invariably, like okay, I would for once just like to hear someone say that the 8 months that I spent making the Franks video and the almost year that I spent trying to find a place to actually put it up and get it actually live was worth it for somebody. Is that too much to ask?
No, I don't think so. I would be pissed.
But I don't think so either.
But not once. Not fucking once. The closest.
I have not seen your your review yet. I'm holding off until I finish the series because I dropped it in the middle.
Yeah, I mean, that's fine. But the most that I have gotten was, well, I at least think about it differently now. It's like, okay, but I spent 8 months on it. God damn it! How hard would it be to be like, it was a good video. I enjoyed having like. Is that? I'm sorry. Like I'm sorry. I'm freezing up on this. Is that too much to ask?
I don't know. I mean, it's tough if you have an expectation, and that's kind of like
okay.
You shouldn't have an exption on the internet.
It's like you're screaming into the void, and only your own voice echoes back, and you just realize how lonely you are.
I understand what you're saying, right? But again, I spent 8 months on it. It's kind of hard to not have an expectation.
No, I know, and that's kind of like YouTube is not worth that much effort. It really isn't. It's worth like a week on a video at the most. Don't spend any more than that.
So it's just, yeah.
As someone who is in the process of making my own videos like that are there are a couple pieces of media that I care about so much that they're literally a part of myself. If you remove them from myself, I am not me anymore.
Mhm.
Those things I want to teach people why they're so important to me. And I tried. I wrote the script. I got all the footage, and I realized it sounds so easy, but it's the hardest thing in the world to start, to edit, to finish, to publish it out somewhere. Like that process is so long and grueling. I hate it. I hate editing videos.
It is long and grueling.
It's terrible.
Mhm.
I just want to say the thing and have it be the thing that people listen to.
Yeah, I mean
They're
that's
not gonna, nobody's gonna click on a SoundCloud, right?
Ash,
Yeah.
are you reading the chat? Avocado is saying that
Avocado
Frank's
said
video
she
is
loves
literally
it.
one of his favorite videos on YouTube, bro.
that is the first he not said that before.
I don't know.
does
People
make me
don't
feel
try
really
to
bad.
sip hard on the internet. Like I don't know.
Okay. I'm not asking people to simp. Okay, let me be clear. If you're not into it, that's fine. But it's like 8 months, man. Like you could disagree.
No, I get it.
You could disagree with every single point that I make in that video. Can you just say God damn, it was a 3-hour Frank's video. That's cool. Is that hard?
I mean, you gotta get that shit up on fucking Netflix. It's long as shit.
Part 1 of the canceled miniseries, Sterling the Franks is timeless. Just the only episode existence.
Fun thing, I originally intended to release the full 3-hour version and then also a broken up into different pieces version, because I was like, this is gonna be too long. But then when I started to go through it and I was editing it, I realized that there were to do the editing correctly,
you have to render them separately and upload them.
No, that part did because that's I set it and let it go and do its thing. It was the how do I because the way that I had done the editing for the 3-hour version, there were parts where in the audio and the actual script I would be cutting for the next part, but that would totally
it would blend into the next one, right?
Yeah, it would totally screw with the editing. I'd have to literally re-edit the beginning and end of every single part.
You'd have to make it fade in and out differently and stuff. Oh shit.
Yeah,
that would take forever.
Just so you know, there were 17 individual parts. And I was not gonna have
go
to
from
go
8
back.
months to 8 years of just piecing together
I wasn't gonna do it.
bits of audio. Don't mean anything at the end. When you're done, you're just I've been staring at Premiere for half my life. I'm done.
Yeah. So basically, my point to this was that the furry community is better and that I care more about doing furry shit. More or
You
less.
got a super chat from Mr. Tangelo, 885 for $5. Ash's Frank's video is the red line of YouTube. 7 years hand drawn.
If only.
It's a labor of love.
Yeah,
Well,
that at least is
There's
true.
plenty of people who still watched it and got something about it, out of it, but didn't say anything. And that's the hardest part, is just not knowing.
Yeah. If you say something, you did okay. Maybe creators don't say enough enough. Creators are whores for comments. We want to know that people watched and cared and had a thought and gave at least a mild shit. Because if you don't say anything, it literally is like we dropped it into a fucking void and it ceased to matter or
To be
exist.
discarded, right?
Yeah.
Do you want to know the biggest coom of my life I've ever had?
What?
The first time somebody commented on my art.
Yeah.
Just having straight up just feedback. I don't even care. I'll care at some point if it's all negative. But I'd rather people let me know what they think.
It's very kawaii.
Especially if I made it if I did something like you, Ash, if I made something for 8 months, I would need at least some kind of validation that all that time was like
Yeah.
wasn't for
Yeah.
nothing.
Yeah.
Like,
I mean, at the end of the day, a comment isn't really worth anything. And as long as you felt like it was worth the time to make the video, it's worth it.
But the reason that at least I value them is because if it were enough for me to just make it, right, and that'd be it, I would never have put it out there. It would sit on my hard drive as a completed thing that only I had. The reason that you put content out is because you want other people to see it, because you want people to discuss it and to say something about it.
Absolutely, but you
right?
can
If
tell
all
that
that
people are watching it with the view count. Like, I don't know, comments, I guess it's just because I've been spoiled on comments. I just I like them, but like I don't really need them. And if a video gets less comments, it's just like whatever.
Let me provide some insight as to why I care about comments probably more than most people on YouTube, do. Okay? My first real involvement on the internet was through fan fiction. That's my source. That is where I come from. I started out writing Pokemon fan fiction, right? I transitioned into writing My Little Pony fan fiction. I got pretty popular doing that back in the day. And in both of those places, people comment constantly. Constantly.
Right.
Because the way that those things are set up is that you release chapters at a time. So people are only seeing part of a narrative and they're seeing it develop and they're talking about it. And you're seeing people discuss the direction of how things are going and like your portrayal of the characters and like the way that you've described things like that. Like fan fiction is very interactive with comments.
Are you a commenter? Do you comment?
Yes.
Okay. That's I think the major difference for me is like I understand and I really appreciate them and I get where you're coming from, but like there's tons of things that I watch and just won't comment on because I don't get anything out of commenting.
I don't comment on big shit. Like I don't comment on like a Game Grumps episode or like, a PCP podcast.
Yeah, but right? I mean anybody who gets more than like 10 views is bigger than you if you don't make content.
Well, I think what Ash misses is the personal connection that creators had to their audience.
That's what a Discord is for, dude.
Yeah, that's what a Discord is for, and I think that's what he gets out of the his interactions with the furry community too, because it seems to cultivate that kind of interaction.
Ash, are you in other furry Discords?
I don't really check on them. I'm in like 3.
Word.
I actually have muted because some of them are so big that I'll look at the chat and like, oh, okay, hold on. This will tie into Endless War. I'm gonna rant about Endless War. Any Endless War fags in the chat? I'm so sorry.
Oh my gosh.
I don't hate the game. Okay, like this
is the opposite of Endless War. Like this.
I'll leave for an hour to eat food. I'll come back. The discussion topic is completely different. I don't know what's going on. There's new people. I'm like, I can't even read this. I don't want to commit my entire life staring at a Discord server to understand like what's going on. I'll just scroll down to like the porn channels or something and save some from there and not interact with the community. So there's like a critical mass. If a server gets too big, I can't interact with it anymore. It's too big. It's too fast.
I agree. I mean, if this channel gets any bigger, I will make it like a patron only, like to get into the actual chats.
Or maybe
probably
like
a good idea.
Yeah, like general will be open so you can comment on the show, but like if you actually want to be a part of the community, it's gonna be like $1 a month. Sorry guys, I'm telling you this, but that's how it's gonna be in June. Wink, wink.
Damn.
I wish. Well, I don't even know how this would be implemented. This is just a random thought in my head, and I don't know if it's good or not. But like, maybe Discord could do a thing where like the more active you are in the server, the like you'll get a certain role. Like if you're a frequent like if you frequently engage in the discourse, you get a regular role or something. I don't know. Maybe a bot could manage that. But let me get to Endless War really quick. The reason I really enjoy Endless War. I love hearing it. But the reason I can't get into it is I'll look back even 5 minutes later, and I don't know what's going on. And there'll be like 1,000 new messages, and I'll scroll up, and I'm like, what? And then a lot of it's like inside jokes or like you had to be there for this to be funny.
Right, and only the clout whores are the ones who are getting any attention and who are paying attention.
You'd have to be around since the beginning to just understand 90% of the jokes that they make. So like it. So when I was a part of it, it was kind of fun to get to know people and get to understand what's going on. But at the same time, I was so far removed from the core of it.
Dude, it's just a really high autism level core.
Yeah, no, really. Like
we're only a level 3 here. That's why you're okay. Endless War is like a level 5. Like it's too much. I'm wearing my anti-Penn State shirt right now, by the way. It's just so good.
Yeah.
Fuck Endless War. Come at me. I want to have a blood sports episode. What versus Ben Saint?
Oh yeah, shade. That's a good word. Insular. Hold on.
Yeah, dude, insular.
That's a good word.
May, if you would like to end this stream with me reading the Higurashi script, I will do it. It's only about 20 minutes long.
It's 20 minutes long. You want to end the stream? Oh, fuck.
I'll end the stream by reading the Higurashi script for everybody.
Maybe. I'm trying to think about how that would be for 20 minutes, because I don't know. I don't know if that'd be good stream content.
No, you don't. You know what you should do instead of stream it? You should record it and put it up and market it as ASMR.
No. It is a very fast-paced script. I will give you that. Like, I don't linger very long on anything.
I can't tell you how many stupid ASMR memes I listen to on a daily basis.
I should put ASMR in all my video titles. I don't know why I don't. Somebody will click on it, and it will be ASMR to somebody.
Well, you could also like hashtag ASMR in the fucking
description, right?
In the metadata.
Yeah, like in the tags and stuff.
The tags don't do fucking shit. I do so much research on tags. Tags don't do fucking anything. I have the best tags on fucking YouTube. They are worthless at this point. That's all I have to say on tags.
I actually agree. I don't really post that many videos, and I'm working more on my art than my YouTube channel right now.
Mm-hmm.
But my only video that has breached like 100 views on its own is some random 10-second League of Legends clip. I didn't even say it was League of Legends. I didn't have any tags.
No, because the tags don't matter, because YouTube just fucking
thrown
knows.
Up there.
It's like,
and then for some reason, YouTube just picked it up and just fed it to the algorithm machine and spat it out.
It's the future. The tags don't fucking
tags
do anything.
Nothing. I hate
This is gonna be tagged with fucking weird lolly app gifs and fucking Discord. That's what this is gonna be.
That's why
only
I wish
be recommended
there
to
was
the PCP, and then that's why we're never gonna grow.
That's why I wish there was a better like discovery engine that
right,
flock to.
Okay, so I showed Digibro Instagram, and he immediately was like, "This is the best like search algorithm and recommendation algorithm ever." Just because there is no fucking, the tags don't do shit. It's about what you actually took a picture of. The tags are just a distraction.
Yeah.
They have enough information to know what you want.
I just wish there was a more I wish a better way for new viewers to discover your content.
Why
was the mainstream not just
because YouTube, that's not that is not data, that's not valuable. You get more people watching a couple things. You can mine more data from that, like a large crowd, than you can from.
That's completely fair.
That's so it will never happen.
The secret to being successful on YouTube is just to fucking talk about Demon Slayer. I'm sorry, Ash. If you want to get vids on your video, just make a video of you scoring Demon Slayer.
Wait, should that be my second? Because my first ever anime review is reserved for my hour-long rant on why BNA is terrible and I hate it. Should my second one be on why Demon Slayer is terrible? Like I should literally title it that.
I mean, if you can get it out before people forget about it, yeah.
Oh, God.
I mean, I would have to watch Demon Slayer, but that would be an interesting experiment to run to see how true that actually is.
I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna have a video of me watching all of Demon Slayer one of the days this month.
And I couldn't handle it.
Dude, me neither, but I'm gonna make myself do it. I'll tie myself to the bed.
When you first saw it, how far did you get? Because
I watched the whole first episode, but I've read the first chapter of the manga, and I came away. Wow, that was such a waste of my fucking time because the manga is decent, but the anime is shit. It's not good at all. It's a terrible adaptation. The music is fucking awful.
I watched the first episode fully, and I was like, "This is boring." Shit.
Did we all drop the first episode?
Yeah, it was boring. It looks like shit, and I was like, why would anybody ever want to watch this? It looks like just visually, it looks appalling.
Mm-hmm.
Like the colors for the character design are appallingly bad.
They're so weird. I don't think they mesh well with the background.
No,
either.
well, no, it's not even the backgrounds that they don't mesh well with. It's literally like a fucking fifth grader just took crayons and like scribbled like a bunch of different. It's like they took the 64 pack of crayons and just went all over all the character design.
What's that Digibro soundbite where he's yelling at JoJo, calling it
Garbaggio?
Garbaggio. That's what it felt. I was staring at it like having an out-of-body experience. Like, people like this?
That's the anime. I mean, that's what it is. That's wrong. That's exactly what is wrong with the anime fandom. Is that is successful because
I can sort of wrap my head around people like if you've never seen anime before and you see this,
that is most anime fans.
They're just like fascinated because it's like. It's a cartoon, and there's blood, and they're yelling about stuff, and they're fighting. Like, is that the draw? Is that how people get like it? Like, Demon Slayer just is gateway anime, and if that's what it is, I hate gateway anime.
And that's what YouTube is because YouTube is full of kids. So, if you want new people, you want to get the kids, because those are the people who are gonna be into you. And who will want to follow your narrative. So if you're not appealing to kids, it's a whole different fucking ball game. And that's the struggle. That's the struggle. You're either corporate or you're fucking weird libertarian guy, and that's how AniTube is.
Yeah.
Because Ash, you could be a corporate guy.
I'm not going to. I refuse.
Oh wait, hold on, I just had the most brilliant flash of inspiration. I know how to market your video to the right crowd.
What is
what
it?
One?
You have to you have to first I think you have to actually go through with it so it's not technically clickbait. You have to first commission somebody to make animated porn of whatever you're talking about. And edit it into the first half of your video, and then post it on Pornhub with the right tags.
Oh my god!
So they'll be
unironically would probably work.
So they'll be looking for that Darling of the Franxx girl with the horns, and they'll be like, "Oh, this one's 3 hours long. This has to be amazing."
What if you made an OnlyFans like hentai review?
They'll be like fapping to the first half.
Oh my god!
And then they'll be like in a stupid like that post fab clarity, and then you'll like transition fade into your Darling in the Franxx review, and they'll it's like a captive audience.
Foxy, you're such a fucking genius.
Like you just have like a 5-minute loop of like some like some hentai gif, right? Just some
Dude,
5-minute loop
fucking
of a
genius
hentai
as
gif.
fuck. Oh my
Like
God.
it's long enough for somebody to get a quick fucking fap in, and then like
they've
they've got right. They got that post.
It's almost like brainwashing them into listening to your video because
Yeah,
they
because-
tune out because
Oh my
they've already
God.
jerked off.
Yeah, they've
Guys.
got that post nut clarity, like you said, and like they just leave it on because it's wow, this is actually interesting.
No, absolutely,
Oh, God.
absolutely.
Oh my god.
Okay. Foxy, do you have anything else you want to talk about before I fucking go and make a fucking Pornhub account right now?
I don't want to say anything else because that takes the cake. Anything else I say after this will be like derivative to my
Absolutely.
my.
This is your legacy, Foxy.
When I finally released my Magic the Gathering lecture after like 10 years of compiling all the information and data, I'm gonna post on Pornhub.
Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. I gotta kick you out because I'm too excited. I can't talk about porn right now.
Okay. Thanks for.
Alright, dude.
Thanks for having
Peace
me on
out.
the
Thanks for
show.
calling in.
Oh god.
Alright, let's
my
bring in
God.
Landoname. Hey, beehole. Hey,
What do you want?
it's Landoname.
Okay,
What do you-
I'm here. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, what do you want?
Ooh, I wanted to say I don't want to stay long and keep you guys. Sorry, I didn't mean to accidentally join the show earlier. I don't know how to do and Discord.
No, you're fine. You're good.
Holy shit. As I joined in like 20 minutes in, took a shower and came back, and Ninouh was gone. What the fuck happened?
He stayed. Okay,
Oh, he just had to leave.
it's Ninouh.
Okay, I was
It's
like, oh,
Ninouh.
what the fuck?
Okay, we got him on the
Okay,
show
well,
for like.
figured I'd come and give
a
you
little
guys my
bit.
swan song. A nurse is forcing me to go get tested for the coronavirus.
I saw, dude. Are you okay? Are you
So
still?
hopefully
are
all of
still
you have
ill?
enjoyed the Butthole Weeb content. Thank you, May. Thank you, Ash.
Dude, I'll go to your
You're-
funeral, even if it's like illegal. I'll
Thank you
go.
guys for the platform. I might be dead.
Let me know if you they put you on
Yeah,
a
but no.
ventilator.
The what was he? Are you actually planning on doing that Pornhub shit?
Who, me? I'm dead ass serious
You guys
about
hear
making
me?
an OnlyFans about reviewing hentai.
Oh my god, that would be hysterical.
Oh my god, it'd be such a good idea
there we
though.
go. Fuck. All right,
It would.
making
It would be a good idea. It would.
Fuck.
I can't hear May for some reason.
You can't hear me?
Ah,
No,
what's
Ash.
happening?
You can't
No, I
hear
I
me.
can hear you just fine.
What
No,
the
I can hear
fuck?
you too, but I can't hear May.
I'm gonna kick
Oh,
you
that's-
out and then bring you back. Okay.
Yeah, I was gonna
Okay. I'm gonna.
That's bizarre.
Can you hear me now?
maybe now. May, can you hear me?
I can hear
Nope,
you.
he can't. He can't.
Okay. Bye, Ash.
Oh my god!
Tell him I
Ugh.
say he can't hear
Okay,
me.
Maybe
so
I'll
I'm
make this a
killing
short
him.
appearance then.
Oh,
Ugh.
no.
All right. What? Oh boy.
What the absolute fuck? Wow. Is there anybody you want to bring in, or should I start bringing random people in?
We only have 3 other callers in. I think if we stick to those 3
Sounds good to me.
or 4, yeah.
Plunder. You're in here, Plunder.
Hey, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
All right, what's good? I go by many names. Princess Plunderphonics, Ethernet, the avant-garde bitch, the anarchist slut. What's good with you? Anyway, I have a fucking argument because you guys are talking about like comments and shit. And I am of the opinion that only self-obsessed, insane people who have nothing to lose should make art.
No, I agree, and that's why.
'Cause, like,
that's
yeah.
why Digi makes art, and me too.
Exactly, because like I feel like the best art just comes from like complete self-indulgence, just coming from like the idea that I just want this to exist and I don't care who sees it. I like you know, when I was 13, I wanted to make a coming of artist tale that mirrors the Horseshoe Saga, so I made it and it ended with a 6-hour film that nearly killed me. Like, you know, it's fucking and like Rapper Viper is the greatest like artist in the world. Like it like this is what art should be, you know?
No, I
Well-
feel you. There's 2 routes. You can either be corporate or you can be balls out.
Yeah, boogie pop doesn't exist. I am post boogie pop.
No, I agree. I agree.
Yeah. Yeah, like I
It's a fucking
and,
pipe dream.
yeah, like the only reason I want comments and shit and I want subscribers because I want to I want to do this as a job, but I know that's probably never going to happen. So, fuck it. I'm going
You
to
just
make
have
my
to sell your whole fucking soul. That's all.
Exactly. So fuck it. I'm going to make my fucking avant-garde 5-hour documentary on Digibro. That's my new fucking
Are you really working on that?
Yes, I am.
Okay,
I'm
so
doing
is it a
research
pro
currently.
Digibro or an anti Digibro?
Oh, it's basically it's all it is trying to compile a bunch of information into one all this information scattered on the internet into one place and answer the question like why are you Digibro fans from 2016 not like his content now, or like all that shit.
Wow, that's exactly what we need. So I fucking endorse this 100%.
Thank you. And it's not just going to be a Digibro documentary. It's also going to be like a autobiographical fucking film or whatever.
Wow. Good luck, dude. Fucking incredible.
Thank you. It's going to take months, but I don't. It's whatever.
Real art.
I mean, as far as like your stance on art, I feel like I understand where you're coming from, and I do agree to a point.
Okay.
But my thing is that there's only some art that you'll make that will be that its mere creation will be self-satisfying. Like there will always be a part of you that wants to share what you have made and to have other people get something from what you have made and to sort of indulge with you by taking in the art that you have produced. And I don't think that it is I have a difficult time sort of I have a difficult time agreeing with the idea that like all real art should be perfectly fine as long as it's self-validating, because I know from just my personal experience that while there have definitely been some projects that I have made that I don't really give a flying fuck if anybody else cares if they if they like it or not, like there are some things that you make that while you do have that, there is a part of you that just wants other people to understand the same sort of feeling, that same sort of validation that you get, that like you want other people to see it and understand exactly why you made that thing. And to think and to think that making that thing, that you having gone through that self-indulgent process is cool. Like I think for me, that's really what I want, right? When people see my stuff is I don't care if you agree with it or not. I want you to look at it and see somebody took the time and the energy to fully immerse themselves in their own thoughts and their own passions and the way their own brain works to produce a thing. And that's awesome.
Oh, I definitely agree, but I'm kind of split on this, to be honest with you. Like, on one hand, I want everyone to love me and treat me like a god because I make the greatest art ever. On the other hand, no one will actually do that, and everyone's stupid except for me.
Well, no, you obviously have to temper your expectations, but like I don't think that all art necessarily has to be fully self-satisfying, because I think that there is an element.
That's just what I feel. That's what I do it for.
Yeah, that's I'd say my piece.
Yeah.
Also, May, you've got some fan art.
I do. Which one?
Mm-hmm. New fan art channel, new stuff.
Oh my gosh, I'm scared. Oh, that's adorable. I love that. Teeth are really good. Thank you, Cappy. Big fan.
And I feel like I have like surrounded myself with because I come from I've talked to a lot of like different people from kind of the PCP adjacent community, and they all kind of have like a very similar ideal to me. I'm really close to Rizzy the Weeb, the artist formerly known as Rizzy the Weeb.
Oh my god.
Who is texting me right now. I was really close to people like Star, who made the "How Digibro Saved My Life" video.
Oh my gosh, that's awesome.
I have connections.
You do. You definitely do.
Yeah, and they all the reason why they created the best content to come out of the PCP community was because they have the same approach that I do. Another close friend of mine, No Thank You, and Dote Smite, who I run a podcast with now.
Oh yeah, I saw that. I didn't watch it yet, but that's really exciting.
Sick. Yeah, and
Carla's really working her ass off.
She is I talk to her a lot as of late, and me, her, and No Thank You will have a lot of calls together, and we're all like insane fucking people who don't know how to make pop art. That's what we all have in common. I also think it's just we don't know how to make appealing art. We all have less than 500 subscribers. It's
your stuff is really interesting, but it does not have mass appeal, but it's really cool.
Yeah, and it's I don't know how to do this.
He joined again.
Oh shit. But yeah, I don't know how to make pop art. I tried to make a BNA video that was widely appealing. I ended up shit posting about the Black Hebrew Israelites. What the fuck is pop art?
Yeah, exactly. That's the state of 2020. What the fuck is pop art?
Yeah, and
pop art is fucking celebrities in their apartments singing "We Are the World" or whatever.
Yeah,
that
what it is.
What pop art is.
2020, the death of fucking pop art. But sometimes that can get you to certain places. The really personal shit can get out there. Digibro made someone requested a rant to talk about my album Scene Queen 2008, which was an album I thought no one would care about. But people are starting to really care about it, and that was a commentary on this very specific part of SoundCloud that only 10,000 people care about, and it's just really weird. So sometimes it can really explode into something great, So that's always great, but that's pure luck. That's pure luck. A lot of YouTube and just artistic success on the internet is just pure luck, which turns you into a doomer. Then you're laying on the floor face down, listening to your own fucking music, and wondering why did you spend 5 years trying to chase this dream?
That's all of us.
Yeah,
definitely a big mood.
Yeah, if I my 13-year-old self was man, the PCP is so cool. I really like how all of them are super close friends, especially when Mumkey's in there.
Me too though.
Yeah, and then I remember shit posting in the fucking PCP fan chat. And just it was such a pure time. But then when the whole drama went down, I'm oh wait, all of this is fucking fleeting and only lasts for 5 minutes if you do achieve that success. Unless you're some guy who I don't know, AVGN.
Right.
Who has this incredible staying power.
Yep.
That's pretty much the truth. Got anything else you want to say?
Nah, not really. Thanks for having me on the show.
Absolutely. Thanks for calling in. Have a nice weekend.
You're welcome. You too.
Okay, let's bring in Shaquam, aka the swastika guy.
I'm gonna move Butthole Weed back where he goes. He's been on
me.
already.
Hello.
Hello.
What's up?
Hello. You're on the stream.
What's up, guys?
Just
what's up?
Trying to survive the YouTube apocalypse.
Yeah. Nobody was getting through whatever that was earlier.
Which none of us are meant to actually survive.
Butthole Weeb is back.
That's whatever. Just don't go on YouTube.
Butthole Weeb, I swear to God.
He came back.
I'm coming for you, buddy. I'm fucking coming. I'm just joking. Here, I'll leave. I don't know if May can hear me now.
I can. Can you hear me?
No, they
Yeah,
can't.
I can hear you. Does this sound like shit? Sorry, I tried it from my phone. I listened back and I couldn't hear May. I was like, no, I ruined my chance on the show. Anyways,
No,
I can hear you fine now. Did you have something you wanted to say?
I listened back. The only things, and by the way, sorry, Shaquam, I didn't mean to cut you off. No, the only thing I was going to say was I listened back and you asked if I'm all right. Been puking up blood, off work for almost 2 weeks, but they want me to go get tested for the coronavirus. But I think I'll be okay. So don't worry too much about me. It's more of a meme than anything.
I'm sending you positive vibes.
Please do. And the only thing I was going to say after you told me about Ninouh was, before I wanted to get off, was I'm trying to plug. I'm editing currently a video that I did not remember making a couple days ago, just to cope with my liver and this ulcer and the possible coronavirus fucking my body over. I for some reason woke up and found like a 15-minute recording of me getting drunk and talking about 5 different anime scenes that I love. So I am going to take that and make a drunk 5 anime scenes that I love video. So when I post that in the Discord, everybody check it out.
Excellent.
So good shit. Shaquam, do you eat ass, you motherfucker?
Do I eat ass?
Yeah.
No, but I'm not opposed to it. I mean, why not?
Attaboy. All right, I'll let you guys go. Thanks for letting me on, May. Sorry, I don't know. It must always be my mic or my headphone, because I hear Ash fine, but I couldn't hear you. But then I listened back on the stream, and you could hear me, and my mic sounded fine.
Blame it on the quarantine. Blame it on the government. It's all good.
Yeah, I mean, there you go.
I don't need a better excuse than that.
No.
Peace out,
Hopefully
fam.
next time. Yeah.
Yeah, good vibes. That man needs some milk or something like that.
Oh my god.
What did you have to say?
I didn't really have much to say. I mean, have you guys seen this Ghost of Tsushima? I pronounced that terribly.
I've heard
Tsushima?
I've seen it cropping. I've seen it cropping up a couple places.
What is it?
Yeah, I saw it earlier today on Twitter, and I was like, "Oh, they
Is it a ghost?
actually showed some gameplay." What?
Oh, it's a
I
game?
guess he's supposed to be a ghost. Like, he's just sneaky, man. But like, he's not like Ninshu man, so he's not like ninja tier. He's just like scorned man. So now I kill Mongols in the night.
Oh, cool.
Amazing.
That type of beat? No, it looks like shit. It looks so fucking boring, bro. Oh my god. It's literally just like guard, goes to attack, hit button, counter. Oh shit, he died with a cool animation that you'll see 1,000 times. Like, you got 6 of those.
Wow.
You'll see him about 1,000 times.
We need more of that.
If you can actually make it through the game.
Well, we will see.
Absolutely not. I'm not spending my money on that.
You don't have to. There'll be Let's Plays.
There'll be other mans who will do their thing. Like you were talking about earlier, there will be the corporate mans.
Of course.
They'll
all
drop their no commentary fucking runs, their commentary runs, their
Dude, they fucking
collectible
pay
runs.
YouTubers to fucking promote the shit. So.
Oh, of course. I mean,
that's all that corporate creators are good for, is like allowing you to perpetuate your own non-corporate life.
Yeah, pretty much.
dude. Honestly, what about all this like Corona stuff, like all this protests and shit that's going on?
Good.
Man, I know that you're into that. What's up? Everybody's like, I don't know. Public opinion seems to be like, haha, look at these youths. They're just gonna get the virus. Isn't that funny?
It's
oh
good
wait, no, the virus is deadly. No.
No, it's good
I'm
that people
scared.
are protesting. People are waking up to the reality that this is a fucking scam.
I live in Canada and like shit isn't really like maybe southern Ontario, like closer to like London and Toronto, like it's a bit more strict, but out here like nothing's fucking closed. Like we're just doing our thing. Like
I mean, if you're not in a city, you're pretty much fine.
yeah, that's
If you're not around people and you social distance most of the time, like your chances of getting it, like sure, it's still possible, but it's not deadly. Like
social
most of the
distance.
time.
One dude literally like freaking like walked past this dude and his girlfriend and like just nuts to butts with this dude, and he was like, haha, social distancing, huh? And I was like, oh, it's a dad joke now.
I mean, I'm glad that people are keeping their distance from me, but like, I want this to be like, I don't know, just respect my space, fam.
100%. It's been like that. It's been a, listen, man, I don't know. You're getting pretty close, and I don't exactly know who you are.
Right. Oh my
It's always
god, I
been
just
like
want this
that.
to be fucking over because it's just such a fucking sham.
Bro,
It's a pain in the ass.
Ended.
Like I was supposed to go like a couple weeks ago. A buddy of mine from the Navy, who I hadn't seen in a bit because the boat was underway, he had come back, and we were like, he called me on the I was at work. He called me earlier in this week, and he was like, "Hey man, you want to get breakfast sometime?" I was like, "Yeah, let's get breakfast Thursday." Because there's a spot that we go like if we were gonna get breakfast, and I was like, yeah, let's fucking do it. It's been a while. Let's like fucking catch up and shit. And then this morning comes around and he messaged me and then he was like, I don't think we can go like sit down at a restaurant and get breakfast.
Right.
And I was like, yeah, you're fucking right. This is fucking stupid. Like, fuck this shit. I can't, like I don't have that many fucking people that I know in real life that I would hang out with, and I can't even do that little bit. Like, fuck.
My
Yeah, it
favorite
is a
part
pain in
is
the
that
ass.
they're now just officially saying that vitamin D and vitamin C improve people's chances of fighting the coronavirus and preventing
Oh, it's
it.
almost like those
When
things
it's like it was
ruin your-
fucking obvious from day one, and they were literally censoring people for saying things like that.
Well, not just that, but it's almost like, oh shit, extra vitamins in your system helps your body fight anything.
Oh yeah, and maybe fucking you shouldn't close down everything outside. Maybe that's just going to make it worse for people.
Yeah, honestly, like, it doesn't surprise me that everything went down the way it did. It almost seemed like
And
people
there's going to
wanted
be no
panic.
vaccine. And by the time we're old, people aren't going to give a single fuck about the coronavirus. There's going to be a new version every single year. You're going to have to get your flu shot, your coronavirus boosters. But like if it
Yeah,
doesn't
I
work
mean-
and you die, go fuck yourself. Fuck
Shit
the
goes
boomers.
down on planet Earth,
Fuck
man.
'em.
Corona's not scary. Like,
That's all I have to say. Clip that for the
100%.
fucking farms, my guy.
man should have been more, up on shit like Ebola. Like, come on, that shit actually hurts.
Yeah, but I mean, if you have
Yeah.
an infrastructure, you can prevent it completely.
I mean, that's 100% true, but
We were able to prevent it, and we had fucking Biden on that. Literally the most incompetent man on planet Earth.
fucking Biden.
Fuck Biden! What the
Damn.
fuck is this
No,
nonsense?
no,
2020 is
no.
such a fucking meme.
May.
Go
May.
back.
Let's
What?
not let's not talk about him.
May, I will only say one thing. Biden has fully moved the Overton window of U.S. presidential
Yes!
politics into being little like when Trump got elected, it kind of steered towards
Yeah, and the
this,
fucking libs
but
are
by-
fucking like, oh, no, it's a joke. And now it's
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
you have Biden. You picked
Yeah,
the
well-
objective worst choice.
Yes,
So-
but the thing that it resembles now to me, because like I said, when Trump got elected, you got a little bit of this, but by selecting Biden to be his opponent, you have now turned presidential politics into little more than televised internet blood sports.
Yep.
And it will be glorious.
Yeah. But I mean,
I am
Bloodsport's is already
so
dead.
excited. I am
Bloodsport's is
so
already on its
excited.
fucking last legs. Like,
I know, but this I am so excited. I cannot wait.
oh my
until
god,
they
me
get on the
neither, me
debate
neither. But it's
stage
gonna
with
be
each other. It's
canceled.
going-
They're gonna be like, oh, we can't have Biden actually meet with Trump. That's too much of a
Oh my-
public health concern. So they're gonna
Oh,
hide him
man.
behind his fucking live streams. They're gonna be like, oh, there's technical difficulties.
Oh my god, it's going to be if it goes through, it would be a fucking massacre.
What do you mean
The
goes through? It's
closest-
gonna happen. This is the fucking
Yeah, you're
situation
right.
we have
You're
chosen
right.
as Americans. So
Yeah,
Yeah,
well.
I mean,
fuck yes.
Trump is it. Trump is American as fuck. I don't know.
Yeah, he is.
He's
Kinda
also
seems like
Israeli
the
as fuck,
president that you
too.
guys deserve.
All right.
I fuck with Trump heavily, if I'm gonna be 100% honest.
That's cool,
He's
dude.
actually
we take all
fucking.
kinds here.
I mean,
I mean, I don't like. I'm not gonna be like fucking standing up for him or anything, but I think he's a funny ass dude, or he does funny things.
Dude, he's a fucking dank meme. That's all I have to
Yeah.
say.
Oh my god.
and that's all you need to know.
He's the worst kind of dank meme.
Yeah.
All right, let's.
Kind of mean it's a little too dank. Yeah. Anyways, I have nothing to fucking say. So I'm just
Kajoro
gonna leave.
Bitterthorn
Bye.
says Bloodsports is alive and well, May. No, Bloodsports is to the point where PPP is trying to fucking real life fight Ralph. Do you understand what that means? PPP should not be getting any fucking attention. Do you know about PPP?
Yes, I watched the Dick Show. I'm aware.
God, I didn't see the latest Dick Show, so I don't know what he said.
Oh my God, it was.
I've been following this, and I've been on the Kiwi Farms page. But
Dick seems to think that his cock has been single-handedly responsible for initiating Internet Bloodsports 2.0.
Yeah,
that is literally his line.
Yeah, he thinks that, and it's so fucking cringe.
It is cringe.
What the fuck is going on? Oh my God, Dick Master said I'm calling you out.
It's kind of funny, but at the same time, like, Dick, there's funny narcissism and then there's cringe narcissism.
As somebody who embraces cringe narcissism, and totally, he's not doing it right at all.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Is like he's trying to embrace it, but the problem is you can tell he's a little too personally affected and invested.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely.
For the narcissism to come off as confidence, like you can tell that he is a little butthurt. And so it doesn't work.
He's
and
directly
it is just
responding to points that trolls have made.
PPP is a troll, and if you engage with him, you have fallen into the trap.
PPP is the absolute worst. Did you see his response to being on Kiwi Farms?
Unfortunately.
Oh my God! I have to play it. Oh my God! This guy has a showed. I can't scroll too far down this page because he has shown his asshole on camera.
Oh yeah, I know.
I'm going to show this little 13-second clip of PPP for anybody who's watching.
Blown out. Oh no! The almighty juice of Kiwi Farms has determined I am a lolcow. He will ruin my employment prospects and bully me into suicide.
Stop! Fucking PPP! Oh my God! This is exactly why the internet shouldn't exist. I'm gonna have to be honest. The Overton window has got too far. We need to just fucking go back. Let's go back to communities. Let's get rid of the electricity. Let's just go back to the way things are meant to be naturally. We'll be better off.
Let's go back to subsistence farming.
Yeah, it's Internet Bloodsports has taught us that we're down the wrong path. We need to just
society really has come too far.
The communists were right. We need to go back to tribes.
When someone like PPP can gain attention on the Dick Show, you really do understand that it's too much.
But Dick opened the floodgates by talking about fucking Kiwi Chris. He gave Kiwi Chris a fucking platform, and now that
when I started seeing Kiwi Chris, when he just got obsessively into, stoking that flame, I was like, from the first time it happened, I was like, Dick, this is not, this is different, because with Maddox, that's different, because you have a personal stake in that, right? Mm-hmm. So that's why that's funny. You have nothing to do with Kiwi Chris and the things that go on around Kiwi Chris. You stoke this flame, you're gonna get burned, and you have.
Mm-hmm.
And you're not dealing with it well. What the fuck did you think was gonna happen? God.
Oh boy. It's when you see it, you have to call it. Let's bring in a cuttlefish.
I was gonna say, did you want to bring two more people?
Yeah, I don't know. Cuttlefish Warren. Ron?
I think it's Wrangler, yeah.
Oh, it is. Hey. Oh, dude, fucking you're a Wrangler too.
I'm a Wrangler.
Me too. I'm a Tard Wrangler, but Cuttlefish Wrangler is an impressive position.
Pretty slippery.
How did you achieve that?
Oh man, just stuck my hands in the fucking, I don't know, I'm just chatting shit. I'm just, I just can't have my name out there because I'm like, oh no, I'm not really somebody, but you know how it is.
I know exactly how it is.
Yeah. Yeah, this is pretty wild. I've never been voiced without a face before. This is crazy.
What do you have to say? Do you have anything you wanted to talk about?
Oh, well, I wanted to talk about the art stuff. Like, oh yeah, art. That's pretty cool. Like the corporate shit. It's all a bunch of bullshit, and they're all a bunch of lizards.
Yeah.
Like I've witnessed the lizards firsthand, and it is fucking weird, man. Like, I'm not actual physical lizards, but like.
Have you like been in proximity to the type of people that like run board meetings for the creation?
Yeah. I've dealt with Sony before, and like
at that level.
Yeah, and it's
what is that like? Like, what is the jargon? Like, what is the mindset? I'm fascinated.
It's very fucking weird. I mean, they were taking us for a ride. I got out of there pretty quick. Like a few years later, man. Yeah, like corporate art is a bunch of bullshit. They just take people who don't really know what's going on, or people who have already proven they can just make money, and then they just pour money into it and let that happen. That happens too.
Yeah.
The other side of things is they just take people who have no idea what's going on, and they just fuck you. It's fucking weird, man.
But like with a complete self-awareness of what they're doing, but simultaneously not understanding it at all.
Yeah, and like they talk to you like you don't have any idea what's going on. They talk to you like you're a fucking child. And
that shit would not fly with me, dude.
Man, it's fucking weird. Like, I was with this one. I was working with this one artist who was like, he was pretty deep into, like, he was one of the most fucked up people I've ever met. But like the art he made was like coincidentally very commercial. Just because like he was quite a normie. But like he was so fucked up on drugs that they could just grab him up and, use him. Like that, to him, what he was making was like very personal and very cool, but like it was just completely what they were looking for.
Yeah, completely exploitive.
Yeah, and oh god, it's just fucking weird. And like I talked to some of our handlers, some of our wranglers at the fucking time, and like this was at the time where like this dude was doing shit. Like at one point he tried to fucking cut his own fucking kidneys out. At one point he was
fuck.
Like we were recording in this fucking studio.
Charlie the Unicorn.
Yeah, we were taking literally, like we were taking a fucking break at this one fucking point, just while the bassist was trying to punch in this part. Don't know why they couldn't punch it in. It was not a hard part. But anyway, we're just going off to the shops. And like he'd been up for like 3-4 days straight, just complete poke frenzy. And we're just in the supermarket trying to get some sandwiches. And he just fucking falls into the like the bed of cheese, where they keep the discount cheese. Like the promos at the end of the aisle, and he just collapses in the fucking cheese. And we're all dressed in our fucking rock star garb because we had like fucking camera cunts all around, like recording it for all the social media and shit. This guy just fucking vomits into the fucking cheese.
Oh no!
And yeah, like he was down there. We're like, "Can we help you up?" And he's like, "No, all right." And he just fucking buffs the cheese down. And it was, yeah. Like I got so many stories from that time, but I won't tell too many of them because like that'll find me out. But all I just wanted to say is, I think there is boogie pop, but it's generally. I don't know. It's just.
Would you say it's accidental?
It's either accidental or it's either someone's doing something really cool that is already profitable and then they take the corporate money, or someone it's an exact mold and can be exploited.
Do you think that's something you should achieve towards?
Well, I mean, like right now I'm trying to achieve towards, making my own thing. Mm-hmm. It's hard when you just, I want to make a very specific thing. It's going to be very a bit weird. It's what I wanted to do anyway, and I'm glad I got away from all that particularly corporate stuff. Yeah, it's just it's a lot harder without hundreds and hundreds of thousands of units of currency being held at you, and being blacklisted from the industry, and it's just a lot harder to get it off the ground running, especially when you're trying to do something weird that isn't really proven yet. But it's doable. It's just weird.
Oh, absolutely.
But it
you
can
have
be
to
done.
get really creative with how you're gonna market something like that. But
Oh God, yeah. But I'll figure it out. But yeah, I just wanted to come on because I listen to this. I listen to this stuff. I listened to this stuff for a long time. Throughout the whole experience of that and all the other stuff I've done before, I've always been listening to this stuff, especially like practicing parts. I just listen. Podcasts are great for fucking music because no music going on.
right,
You can just don't go crazy when you're just on your own working on stuff for hours.
yeah, that's how I feel too. Fucking cheers, dude.
Yeah, well, have a good one and take care.
You too. Best of luck.
Down with the fucking lizards.
Absolutely. Bye.
Hell yeah. All
Wow.
right. Mate, did you want to end the stream by me reading this thing?
So I don't have any problem with you reading it. You can go ahead and read it.
All right. We're going to start with the top. In the course of my analysis of anime, both casually with my friends and through my video essays on YouTube, I acknowledge a fascination, dare I say obsession, with very particular and esoteric conceptualizations and methodologies the medium utilizes within its storytelling. Where the vast majority of otaku I've interacted with have a large and self-sustaining interest in the like of best girl discussions or art and animation quality, these elements tend to hold no sway on my attention by virtue of being so subjective as to be beyond the scope of interesting conversation and analysis. It is far more compelling, in my eyes, to observe the constructive components of work and how they intertwine, and notably, how emphasis or lack thereof can make up for the mistakes of one, or be so gargantuan a mistake in their own right as to bring crashing down the merits of the rest. But this being said, I had never operated under the delusion that even shows as low on the totem pole as seasonal garbage were devoid of any kind of value, and if that value was derived from punching down with your friends in a group watch scenario. To even exist within the world of anime production requires at least a modicum of clout to your name in whichever field of the project you occupy, such that even if you fail on almost every level, you will still manage to create something in which the intent, at the very least, is apparent. This is, in effect, the way in which the idea of the professional develops, and by extension, the dichotomy of professional versus amateur standard of quality. This then feeds back into the otaku community, which I believe is somewhat responsible for the average Mal score being above the actual average of 5. It is a reflection of the acknowledgement of professionalism, combined with a number value being ascribed to ironic enjoyment. So while this may not dispel the meme of the reliability of the average Mal score, it does at least allow an informed decision to be made thereby. So imagine then my complete inability to comprehend how in the living fuck Higurashi no Nakukoro ni managed to sit at a lofty 8.01 and its second season at the even higher 8.28 when my experience watching it was akin to Dante descending through the 7 circles of hell. And I unfortunately couldn't write off the ludicrously high Mal score as an anomaly, since AnyDB also reflects this high populist praise at a 7.94 score for Season 1 and 8.40 for Season 2. It's time to set the record straight. Higurashi is a steaming pile of dog shit from every conceivable angle that should be renowned for its ability to suck the soul from any human being unlucky enough to lay eyes on it, made all the worse by the fact that it has somehow hoodwinked otherwise respectable and intelligent people into thinking it's one of the legitimate greats. This entire exercise may be more therapy than analysis, I can't be sure anymore, but the truth has to be made known if for no other reason than to save the future generations from this abortion of a show. As with shows which actually are brilliant, the failings which feed into Higurashi's utter collapse are inextricably interconnected in such a way that prevents a discussion of any one of them in complete isolation. However, those elements of a show's tangible construction I mentioned, which are not typically within my purview of critique, are also abominations to the name of their craft of origin in Higurashi, and as such cannot be overlooked, as they provide evidence to the fact that Higurashi has not a single saving grace to its name. From the top, we have the art and animation, music, shot composition, if it even deserves so lofty a term, editing, and the voice acting. When discussing the consistency and quality of art and animation, some concession must be given in a good faith argument, since an abundance of external factors may contribute to an error in an otherwise slick and clean production, such as a changing TV time slot, or corporate reorganization, departing or arriving talent, etc. Furthermore, it must also be taken into consideration the management of expectations, in so much as a glaring animation hiccup in a show from a studio like Trigger or Shaft is far more unexpected and therefore worth attention than the dubious quality of a show coming out of a place like B-Train. While these recognitions in no way absolve something that is shit of in fact being shit, to discuss them scathingly and at length offers no insight or value and leads toward the overly pedantic. Dean, the studio behind Higurashi, historically sits lower on the totem pole of quality in the ranking structure Otaku applied to the studio system, and not without cause. They have generated a deluge of unremarkable and mediocre at best shows, and if that defined their output, to discuss the affront to the sense of sight that is Higurashi would hardly be out of place and therefore not exactly worth discussing. But a problem arises when one examines their output and realizes they have also been responsible for more than their fair share of classics, both modern and historic. Konosuba, Log Horizon, Sakamoto Desuga, Ranma 1/2, Angel's Egg, Shimon, and Patlabor are all Dean productions, proving the studio is not locked into substandard fare. Additionally, while it has since been eclipsed in adapting it by Ufotable, Dean was the studio responsible for the original Fate Stay Night, showcasing their ability to put forth a serviceable visual novel adaptation. And as such, it implies that a Dean show rated so highly would possess an appealing visual design and appropriate flow to its animation. But go through the whole of Higurashi and there will consistently be an example of half-assed jank in every aspect of the visuals in almost every single episode. Horribly off-model characters that linger bold and imposing in frame for extensive amounts of time, reuse of shots and angles, a cut after they were last used, so-called animation that would be more at home in an overly ambitious PS1 game, motion-intensive cuts that should be highlights but only induce hysteric laughter from apparent lack of crucial keyframes, over-reliance on camera shake and a static image that is more likely to build up vomit than tension, and a negative tendency to simply not show scenes that would be interesting and exciting to save on having to animate them in the first place. And to top it off, if you thought CG existed to save money but looked like ass now, I would like to present to you all the local Hinaminazawa water wheel. If you've seen Higurashi, you know what I'm talking about. To go along with this abysmal showcase of visuals, which induces horror in the audience for all the wrong reasons, we have the editing and overall shot composition of Higurashi. Both are, in a word, uninspired. Wide-angle shots with moving characters are debilitatingly rare, instead preferring close-up shots of characters' faces almost exclusively. Creative composition like whirling overheads or canted perspectives appear to have never entered the director's heads as an open option, and nary a thought has been given to arranging scenes in anything except a strict linear order. The whole of Higurashi is dominated by shot-reverse shot composition, further maligned by an over-reliance on intense focus and pans across characters' eyes, which is then even further brought low by a lack of detail and animated change within those eyes. For the sake of argument, some of these choices could be explained away by Higurashi supposedly occupying the thriller/suspense and borderline horror genre. While it can't be reasonably assumed to actually sit within that camp for more complex reasons I'll get to later, what it has in the way of suspense takes up so little of the show's runtime in Season 1 and doesn't even really exist in Season 2, making what could be argued to be a stylistic choice for the sake of impact devolve out into only being a lazy cost-cutting scheme brought further down by the absence of creativity. George Lucas would be so proud. Last on the docket before getting to the truly insulting failures is the music and voice acting. If you play me the OST for Higurashi right now, I wouldn't be able to tell you the difference between it and random anime drama soundtrack number pick your example. It lacks any kind of distinct melodies and uses no instruments to set it apart from the slew of other shows that sound just like it. And for my money, I'd wager those matching it to the show's scenes knew as much, as it is also mixed, very low in the soundscape, or just outright deleted, as if to be hidden and not draw attention to itself. In some shows, a generic OST makes little difference, as the show itself is a generic mess anyway. But Higurashi positions itself to be an outlier in the field, something distinct and memorable for its unorthodoxy. To truly capture this intent, every individual aspect of it by design needs to follow this ethos, and the OST falters in being as bland as they come. The playful slice-of-life scenes are orchestrated to coincide, and the thriller scenes are harshly juxtaposed by a score of a completely different style. There's no gradual transition within the episodes of each arc wherein the music can shift without the audience realizing it until the moment is upon them, instead being a polarizing signifier of the scene's tone, offering no room for subtlety or interpretation. It is either grim and dark or sunny and lighthearted. As one begins to become accustomed to the show's arcal movements, these musical cues, instead of heightening the emotions of a scene, act as audible keyframes, if you will, for when to pay attention to the on-screen events. As a result, the music limits, and in some cases completely removes, Higurashi's ability to tell its story organically, as any sense of mystery, however shallow, especially later into the show, has no chance to establish itself and create burgeoning questions of narrative direction in the audience on account of the music immediately answering the question before it is even asked. This unrefined dichotomy also only serves to damage the second season, wherein the smaller arcal structure is now gone. Where in the first season, the harshness of the tone shift the music provides could be justified as part of the core style Higurashi is aiming to achieve, the second season does away with much of this, yet keeps the same musical composition, resulting in a soundscape that is bland by excessive repetition or a confusing mess of mismatched melodies, which lack a graduation of escalation the visuals presuppose to depict. The voice acting is an entirely different assault on the ears, and yet manages to be just as rote and uncompromisingly lacking in any kind of nuance. Outside of Oishi's ever-present drawl, making every scene he's in take 10 times longer than it should, and Rika's brutally enforced lolly nails on chalkboard squealing, inducing thoughts of painting my desk red with blood from my face, the voice acting in Higurashi provides no depth to the characters involved. It's no secret that Japanese VAs are typecast to hell and back, see one Takahiro Sakurai, but on top of that, the voices in Higurashi are robbed of ever providing variance, and therefore audience connection, to the character archetypes they are paired with. Keiichi is only ever an overzealous dunce. Rika is only ever the innocent lolly. No, Duma Rika doesn't count. Hold your pitchforks. Her Oda voice is there for you, the viewer, to differentiate her attitude, because the show thinks you're an idiot and sacrifices a far creepier scenario wherein Doomer monologues are given in the most lolly voice possible. Reina is only ever the moe classmate. Mion is only ever the obnoxious Emoto. And this is true for all of the supporting cast as well, and everyone from Takano to the fat cop himself, Oishi. Character complexities by way of a more variable speech tone simply don't exist, despite the events of the show revolving around mental degradation. What is left is predictable vocal performances, putting the cherry on top of a flat and boring character whose dramatic actions only birth out of authorial mandate over organic evolution, where we can now get into why Higurashi is really only food fit for strays and street urchins. When constructing a potent narrative, the considerations to be made for what will and won't work have a lot less to do with the tangibly observable individual factors most often discussed in critique than the foundational elements which, by nature of their description, are less noticeable by virtue of needing to be stable platforms for the tangible details even before the audience can accurately name the entire cast. For an analyst to take interest with whether a character is or isn't well written, whether a plot has logical progression, or whether a setting best suits the story being told, the critical parts of a narrative must needs be sound. Such things as structural coherence, organic development, management of scope, utilization of rising tension, catharsis, etc. Without these possessing a firm grounding, criticism of the more immediately apparent minutiae only gives off an air of ignorance and willful denial of the source problems. By extension, it does me no good to criticize the characterization of Rika as a bungled mess of counterintuitive motivations, as that error is a symptom of the greater problem, not exclusive to Rika. Higurashi is that piece of dog shit you step on in the park by accident, not because it has terribly written characters, though they are, nor because the plot is lacking in interest, though it is. The show collapses because it is constructed without regard for a solid bedrock of storytelling, and as such, poking a single hole in what would appear a minor complaint leads one to peer deep into an abyssal void of nothingness. But to properly understand why this is the case requires a secondary and preparatory analysis of what Higurashi's intent is with regard to its place within the wider anime pantheon. Higurashi released in 2006, part of the wave of moe exceptionalism that bore out Air, Canon, Clannad, Manabi Straight, K-On, Lucky Star, and Nanaha, among others. This can be easily seen in the character designs as they distinctly match the style of the time, and Higurashi positioned itself to be capitalizing on the dominance of the aesthetic by attempting to apply said aesthetic to a genre it was never designed for in a subversive attempt at originality. On its face, not an ill-advised idea, considering the explosion of dark magical girl shows post-Maho Shoujo Madoka Magica. Higurashi aimed to take the pleasant and relaxing ethos of moe and turn it on its head via suspense thriller mysteries with a tinge of horror. It should be noted, once again, that this is a good idea. This is what I mean when I say the tangible is worthless to critique if the basics are not given thought, because the graces of Higurashi begin and end at the conceptual stage. The story archetype of Higurashi is largely absent in anime due to cultural differences with regard to horror between Japan and the West, Juji Ito's work and Shiki notwithstanding. But the most critical hallmark of these types of tales is the slow buildup of dread, both in the victim character and the audience. and immediately Higurashi drops the ball, which should be the first sign to anyone watching that something is amiss. After a paltry 4 episodes, the first arc ends in the murder of Keiichi by Rena. It is at this point, less than a third of the way through the show, if we're generous and don't include season 2, that the whole of Higurashi's narrative caves in on itself. All momentum and intrigue for the whole show going forward has been vampirically sucked from its veins via this introductory vignette of an arc, rendering all subsequent episodes completely extraneous. Now, if each subsequent arc merely followed this vignette model, as the second arc suggests, I wouldn't be speaking with you, since the narrative transforms from thriller to spectacle, and the intrigue is less in the consequence and development of events and more in merely witnessing said events take place. But that's not how Higurashi evolves, so it's a bit of a moot point. The narrative cave-in, which takes place in Reina's first arc, crushes any and all attempts by the show to retain value, gathering steam as it goes until it reaches such an advanced stage in Season 2 that the show limps to the finish line with nary a shred of its original value proposition intact. By examining the arcal movement of these first 4 episodes, we can go bit by bit until the full spectrum of Higurashi's failings are evident. Each arc occurs in 4 parts: development, external conflict, internal conflict, and capstone. Put into the show's own context, these are the games section, emotional threat section, insanity section, and the murder section. To begin development by way of playful games, in isolation, this methodology is both common and a strong opening gamut for any narrative across many mediums. It is designed to create an atmosphere of recognizable normalcy, such that it becomes a strong point of contrast at every other point within the story as the plot and characters accelerate and evolve, respectively. Moreover, it also provides a playground upon which to put down key pieces of a character's personality that will become cornerstones of his later development in a show, or let me read that again. Moreover, it also provides a playground upon which to put down key pieces of a character's personality that will become cornerstones of his later development in a low or no-risk environment. It builds a sociability with the audience and is crucial for snagging that all-too-important investment. And at least within Reina's opening arc, Higurashi plays this narrative arcal step straight and narrow, as it should. Except when we get back to episode 5, and thus back to this section of story construction, nothing changes. Nothing. Sure, the tangible events are different, but the net gain of the style is identical. Each of our characters is represented and illustrated in self-same fashion as the previous arc, adding no depth or nuance to our understanding of them as people. And this happens over and over and over and over and over, and you get the point. Part of this problem is Higurashi's baffling devotion to what I gather is its source material structure, ill-advised in its own right, which we'll get to later, but never once is this thought to be capitalized on. In an ideal world, Higurashi would use the rerun of each arc's opening to drip-feed the audience each character's tendencies toward neurosis via slow extrapolation of their more complex identities. Instead, we are fed the same boorish scenes of meaningless PE and club activities, always positioning the cast in the same archetypal roles. All this serves to do is grate on the audience's patience, as the scenes prove to bear no weight to the supposedly interesting developments in the arc until they only exist as a complete waste of time, adding no value to the audience understanding of the characters, endlessly repeating their shallow identities, which need no more introduction even after Reina's arc, and generally seeming to exist solely to pad out the runtime of the show that really should have only been a single core at best. Next is our external conflict by way of emotional danger. Unlike the games each arc pointlessly indulges in, this progression of the narrative does offer at least a modicum of variance, if only because the subject of the arcs changes each time the cycle resets. However, this is where the pros end, once again thanks to Reina's absurdly short opening arc and to the internal conflict through insanity which shortly follows. These two portions of each arc form the backbone of Higurashi's conceit to existence. Cute girls do murder! But the conceit is so abruptly revealed, even if you already know this is the case going in, that it can't maintain it afterward. These two sections of the story progression are intended to work off the back of tension, and tension is the literary term for exploiting the universal human fear of the unknown. But in Higurashi, for whatever reason that I can only guess it being a strict adherence to the VN combined with the desire to not have the show blown off as Moe bait before it was able to take a hard left turn at Albuquerque, the load is blown so early as to remove any hope of getting it back up in the future. Working in tandem with the excessive use of rigid character building, which reinforces the predetermined arcal structure, Reina going insane and murdering Keiichi within 4 episodes removes any sense of tension from following arcs. The audience is aware that someone will go insane and that murder will happen, and subsequently are not in fear of not knowing the outcome of any given arc. They know what it will be, so where is the intrigue in watching it slog its way to that point? There is none. all thanks to an overeager display of Higurashi's defining feature. Finally, we have the capstone that is each murder, or multiple murders as the case sometimes is. The failing here should be obvious, as it functions as the cathartic end goal to all that which was built to, but by lacking any tension also lacks any sense of finality and therefore catharsis. Perhaps more so than the previous 2 sections, since there could have always been a double subversive play made wherein the insane character was outwitted and ended up not killing anyone. Each murder stinks of a stale idea worn out and easily predicted. And because it's not enough for Higurashi to simply be terrible, but insult the audience's intelligence as well, not only can each murder be avoided by logical character actions that are forcibly removed from their authority dictated conscience, all of the scenarios fail to demonstrate any kind of insight into the murderer. Since each character is presented in both victim and neurotic instigator positions, there is no clear line of demarcation which signals who they actually are by the end of any particular ordeal. Counterintuitively to the amount of time spent with them, the perpetual resets stagnate any potential their personalities may have into only that which we see in the game's development stage. This robs each and every murder, excepting perhaps Arena's first, since it is the first experience and therefore is responsible for setting the stage, from any kind of impact, since it has no overarching consequences after the fact and doesn't push the characters into any kind of evolution. And just to make sure it sends off its narratives with a good old kick into the shit pit, Higurashi denies the viewer of any kind of shock and awe spectacle value in the killings. Violence is deliberately censored most of the time, with either obvious shot composition to hide the true brutality taking place, or poorly implemented shadows, which are always darker than those in the immediate vicinity. You can't even get off to the Guro if that's your thing. But if you thought that was all this cum stain of a show had to offer, think again. We're not even close to done. I could rail forever about the small idiosyncratic inconsistencies and coincidences in the show, like the depicted complete incompetence and stupidity of child protective services. But as I stated before, doing so is pedantic when Higurashi has far more serious underlying faults. By far the most glaring tack on the floor, and that which infects and has a hand in causing every other bit of narrative ineptitude, is authorial intervention, which I've made mention of a few times already. To understand this invasive, inorganic element of Higurashi requires us to understand the overarching structure of what it is meant to achieve, and by extension means a close look into the character of Furuta Rika. Higurashi has a pathos hinge, which essentially tries to justify the existence of the show's extensive diuretic stream of bullshit by way of Rika's experiencing of countless doomed timelines and her search to find one timeline which ends happily for all involved parties. By the show's end, we are meant to understand that each arc we have borne unfortunate witness to has been one of these doomed timelines, and in the second season, the focus shifts to a concerted effort by Rika to prevent such a sequence of events from happening. And this shift in focus exposes Higurashi's structure for the storytelling fraud that it is. By this token, each of our other cast members have By this token, each of our other cast members have any meaning or value not merely relegated to supporting status, but entirely stripped away. Retrospectively, any iota of development they may have earned from the audience through familiarity is rendered inconsequential, as their actions in any individual arc have not in any way been in service to building them up and exploring their fractured identities. They do not kill or are killed because of past trauma remaining unresolved until it bursts forth uncontrolled, or because of past wrongdoings and character flaws coming to bite them in the ass. It is arbitrarily decided by authorial intervention for the express purpose of making one empathetic with Rika. They are pawns for the writers to enforce a set path of misery rather than actual characters with independent value propositions and organic relationships, exemplified most spectacularly by Satoko switching her emotional state from one extreme to the next on a dime as the needs of the moment dictate. This in turn ruins any chance that may have been had to actually empathize with Rika. For if we are meant to understand her trauma, we would first need to feel kinship with the rest of the cast, as she supposedly does. Just one problem. We've just exposed how truly meaningless and inanimate they are treated by the story, creating a vicious cycle of disengagement for the plights of anyone. And just because Rika is supposed to be our emotional linchpin doesn't mean she escapes the curse of authorial mandate. That would be ascribing good writing where none exists. While it is in good faith to assume that stories only depict the most interesting parts of a character's life, and therefore to criticize any instances just happening to occur within our purview is a dead point, the same cannot be said of Higurashi. Throughout its run, Higurashi offers up nothing but doomed timelines until the very end, which, by this assertion of interest, are distinctly not the parts of the narrative possessing intrigue. One or two larger doomed timelines to establish the nature of Rika's struggle would be valid, but would also require Rika's direct involvement and attempt to prevent their inevitable outcome in order to provide a link to the pathos of a good end timeline. But there are far more than just 2 arcs devoted to the Doom timeline style of events. Rika only actively tries to intervene in one of them, and there are many in which she barely appears at all. On top of being what feels like an almost deliberate waste of the viewer's time, this transforms Rika into also just another authorial chess piece, since her appeal to active interference in the sequences is decided seemingly at random on account of us having seen no prior instance in which she attempts the same. Higurashi does at least subconsciously recognize this, as Rika monologues about her will to fight having been destroyed by experiencing so many doomed timelines, but her faith is restored by an innocuous alteration wherein Keiichi gives a doll to Mion instead of Rena. This implication of the butterfly effect backstabs Rika's exposited character, since it represents how shallow any effort to justify the particular inciting incident actually is. To invoke the butterfly effect here presupposes that Rika, and thus the audience, understands the butterfly effect and its implications, which then means that any slight variance in behavior Rika observes should reinvigorate her determination to escape her doomed timelines. And yet, despite us having been shown arc after arc of behavioral variation amongst everyone in the cast, it is only this moment that has any power over Rika. She is an inorganic pawn just like the rest, not a character. Her decision to once again put forth effort to prevent a doomed timeline is made for her, not by her, especially since she could, as an active agent within each timeline, never realistically exhaust the butterfly effect eventuations of her own small changes in behavior or action. We're almost done. And even if one is not so inclined to perform this level of investigative analysis by virtue of not considering its characters to be resonant people and instead relegating them to mere plot devices, Higurashi cannot imbue them with natural flowing dialogue, or even monologue. The show jams itself and its cast into telling over showing to a point of near exclusivity, exemplifying in more surface observable traits that all of the characters are mere mouthpieces for authorial intentionality. Oyashiro-sama's curse is explained in hyper-exact detail in every single arc. Every character states their internal motivations in an overly verbose fashion, and every major plot development is preceded by a lengthy exposition of its component parts. While it would be both reasonable and natural, While it would be both reasonable and natural to construe this methodology as indicative of the writer's lack of confidence in the audience's intelligence and ability to pay the fuck attention, I find it instead to be symptomatic of Higurashi's ill-conceived approach to narrative as a whole. While the proverb of show don't tell is fairly intuitive in terms of its meaning, not much discussion tends to occur with regard to how this is achieved from a core level. In essence, the axiom is preaching the value of proper character construction, insomuch as they have been so well defined across the scope of the story that their actions and motivations need no elaboration, relying instead on inference by the audience achieved by logical and clearly communicated lines of development. But when characters are reduced to a level of importance equitable to a prop, as Higurashi does, it becomes the only viable option to laboriously explain their thought process, as they have been given no definable personalities that allow one to intuitively bridge the gap between thoughts and actions. Furthermore, this is especially damning to Higurashi considering the genre it seeks to occupy. I've gone on record before in my Darling in the Franxx analysis saying that while show don't tell is deservedly touted as a golden rule, it cannot reasonably be expected to function across all types of stories. Particularly in science fiction and fantasy, some concession must be made to telling, as not only do the rules of an alien universe not always immediately make themselves readily apparent and comprehensible, the effect these altered states of reality have upon a populace will be invisible without guiding context. However, not only does Higurashi mark its setting as 1980s rural Japan, and therefore insinuate that inferences to the lives of its characters should be the audience's modus operandi, a tactic manifested most notably in anime by even sci-fi fantasy tales being contextualized by the universal Japanese experience of high school, it also slots itself cleanly into the thriller genre. Successful thrillers operate under the byword of suspense, wherein the viewer is strung along with the protagonist, slowly piecing together the answer to the mystery with him. The suspense is thusly achieved by a deliberate obfuscation of information, and the reveal of which is the structure around which progression through the narrative is crafted. And despite this, Higurashi continuously gives away knowledge to the audience only to then withhold it from the characters, which in turn leads to the collapse I've been describing, which itself then manifests through excessive exposition on account of needing to bring the cast up to speed with the audience's foreknowledge within each cycle. Before we close out and I leave you to henceforth avoid Higurashi and likely its upcoming remake, like The Plague, I want to go back to those overly generous Mal and Annie DB scores. I had friends and acquaintances who had rated Higurashi an 8, so I figured they would be as good a chance as any to gain some potential perspective, possibly even enlightening me to what actually was good about it, where I saw exactly zilch. And every single god fucking time I asked someone what it was about it they loved, no matter what the answer was, it was always preceded by one hell of a death knell of a phrase. I haven't seen Higurashi in X many years, X being as low as 4 and topping out at 6. Considering the ages of my friends and the release time frame of Higurashi, this indicates they watched it way back when they were first getting into anime, and additionally, when many of them were still teenagers. Combine both of those factors and you have the stupidity and pointlessly edgy tendencies of being a teen, and the lack of perspective of quality anime bundled into a vague modern impression of the show propelled only by nostalgia, which by its nature will never recall the positive traits of an experience. I even tested this theory, having one such friend rewatch the show, and he came away in the exact same boat as myself, baffled by why he had ever thought Higurashi had value proposition deserving of so high a score. In the end, I can't forcibly change a person's opinions however much I'd like to, and those who like Higurashi will continue to like Higurashi. But I can showcase its failures for those who don't know any better and are creating their watch later list by just going down the most popular anime charts. And furthermore, it can never be understated the importance of committing to observing that which you watch, as it enables one to create a heightened scale of quality that prevents ignorance from dictating value. But if I haven't convinced you to steer clear of it, just know that if you watch Higurashi, you're going to have a bad time. There you go.
Well, you certainly did just read a script to us.
Yeah, I don't know if that was interesting at all.
I mean, I thought you had some interesting criticisms of the show, but I liked it. I don't know. I didn't feel like the character writing was that bad. I didn't feel like the voice acting was bad at all. I had a lot of fun with it, so I don't know.
Do I need to pull out the screenshot?
It's Dean, dude. It's Studio Dean. That's
Yeah,
why I
but-
go to Studio Dean. It's because it's fucking anime. It's just fucking anime. I don't know, dude. I don't need it to look good. It's about the story. It's about the girls. It's good.
This was on screen for at least a solid 30 seconds, and it was only keyframes. There was no in-between animation. I don't want to look at something that looks like this.
Look at the colors, though. The colors are so good.
No, they're not.
So good, dude. You got puke green, and you got neon green. You got two great shades of green.
Those fucking colors are mid-2000s Moe generic.
Well, that's the aesthetic of the show. If you don't like it, you know.
All right.
Watch new shit.
Well, now
my
you guys...
dad literally texted me to tell me how bored he was when you were reading that.
Was your dad watching this stream?
Yeah, he's like, I might have to unsub if you let him read another script.
Oh, God. All right. Well, now I don't feel compelled to make the video, and I don't feel guilty about it either.
I mean,
maybe I
don't
will
feel
make
guilty about anything, dude. Roman Noodle says that was great, Ash.
Thank you.
So somebody liked it, and then Solid Bren says Ash is summing up my thoughts on the show well, but I don't feel quite as harshly towards it.
Yeah, you're not gonna. When I hate something, I fucking hate something. I have zero remorse.
Oh boy. I mean, if you're into Guro, you're probably into Higurashi. I didn't agree with that statement. This is probably one of the few anime that
Oh, I mean, like, it's what I said. Like, I expected that. I expected that at least to be there, right? It's, you know, like I thought, okay, you know, even if it's bad, at least it'll have like some really fucking, you know, fucked up shit.
It's like a gateway drug. It's not really like serious, you know.
No,
I don't
like,
think
and
an
that-
anime would be able to be made if it was that intense.
I don't know, like, but I mean, it was more tame than I thought it would be able to get away with. You know, like it was just. There were scenes where I was like, okay, there were certain spots where I was like, okay, yeah, obviously they can't show that, right? Like, okay, I get that. But there were other things where I was like, oh, come on. I mean, they could have gotten away with a lot more. Like, remember that shot in the second season where Reina chops the guy's fucking head in half vertically?
Yeah.
And he's like on screen and he falls, you know, past the camera. Like that's the most brutal thing in the show. Why isn't there more shit like that? Like when I was watching
if there's
that
too
and
much,
like that
then
happened,
that scene will lose its impact. It's a cute girl show, all in all. It's supposed to be like sparse violence.
I don't know, but I mean, like that feels like
it really crosses a line between the moe and the girl very well, and you just, I guess, don't appreciate.
I think it's incongruent. It's incongruent, and it doesn't lean into either hard enough to like solidly sit someplace.
But you don't want it to sit someplace because then it's just pandering. I don't know. I think that particular aspect of the show is one of the appeals for me. But I guess if you want your, I guess if you just want it one way or the other, you might have problems with it.
Well, okay.
But
The reason that I would prefer it to be one way or the other, because once you decide that you're going to stick to a particular style and you're going to lean in on a particular type of audience, what I think happens is like an escalation of quality, because there's such an intense focus on getting it to that point that you're not caught. But like Higurashi feels like it's caught between two worlds, and it's not really sure which one should be more important and like which one should therefore get more attention.
yeah, and you feel like the fact that it's like a Dean show hurts it because it makes it worse.
Yeah.
But for me, it's like, kind of like that. I understand that limitation, and I think the show handles it well.
Like
it's
for
kind
example,
of funny. Like I think it's kind of like an inside joke.
I mean, I was in pain. I was in pain. Like, okay, for like, if you take K-On!, right, for example, as like an example of something that really leans into the moe, right?
Mhm.
Like, it escalates moe to being excellent because it's so devoted to being just moe that that's all that they care about. That is all that is being concentrated on, is making this the best moe it can be. And then you have something like, I don't know, pick like a hyper violent show. I don't know, pick one.
Baki. Baki the Grappler. Have you seen that?
No.
Oh my god.
Do I
In the
want
first
to?
episode, somebody gets electrocuted on the electric chair and people are ripping each other's brains out. It's fucking brutal as shit. I've never seen anything as violent as fucking Baki the Grappler, where I literally had to take a break and like walk away. So
Nice. I guess if
Oh,
you were
boy.
to take an example of something that's like super violent, I would say something like take Kashurn Sins, for example.
Right,
That leans so hard into the dark, grim, super fucked up, excessive, like brutal violence that
Yeah, but
it
that's not
makes...
the tone the show wants to have.
No, but that's what I'm saying, is that by not leaning into any particular thing and not figuring out
But it's
what
a cute girl show. It does lean hard on that. The character designs, the way the characters are, it totally is that. And in the way that it is edgy, I think it's a cute girl show. I think it's very I think it clearly appeals to that demographic, and which is why it's so beloved amongst people who appreciate that kind of thing.
Like I said at the end, I can't change someone's mind. If you like Higurashi, you're gonna like Higurashi. But my God, what is that, a shit show?
I mean, it probably hasn't aged well, but I mean, I have.
I mean, no,
seen
it hasn't. It's not even the aging part, right? Like I watch old shit. I prefer mid 2000s, late early 2010s.
Yeah, but I mean, there's a
stuff.
difference between old, low budget shit and just old aesthetic shit. This is just fucking, it's not
I
nothing to
guess.
write home about.
I don't know. Like I it didn't hurt me as much as BNA though, because I didn't expect
Wow,
it to be
that
good.
is so surprising. That's really funny.
BNA hurt me worse, but that's because BNA set me up to be happy, whereas Higurashi never actually made me think that it would be good. So while it was shit and I was in pain the entire time, every time I loaded up a new episode, I was expecting the pain. But with BNA, I loaded up episode 7 and I was like, let's continue this fucking awesome.
You're not enough
high-
of a masochist to be an anime fan.
I guess not. The last 3 shows I watched actually were I don't know if I said this on stream last time, but the last 3 shows I watched I felt like was anime's way of figuring out new holes, but with which it could rape me. I watched Higurashi, and then I watched Hitsugi no Chaika, which was a problem for different reasons that I don't want to get into.
Mhm.
And then I watched BNA, and I just feel like I'm perpetually being raped by the last 3 shows that I've watched. And, combine that with the fact that I can't stand the anime community, and well, here we are.
You get yourself a shit sandwich.
Yeah,
And
pretty
that's
much.
how it be. I think that's a good way to end the show.
Yeah, I will seriously consider making a WordPress for all my scripts and stuff.
Dude, do it. It's not hard to set up. I made one like at the beginning of the year.
I would want it to look good though. I wouldn't want it to.
Yeah, but I mean, there's presets and stuff. You can make it look pretty well. But yeah, I mean, you can also make it private until you figure it out exactly.
Yeah, I'll look into that.
I look forward to seeing what you write. I liked your script. I thought it would definitely benefit by having a visual component to it.
There were a couple things in there that were written specifically because I had a visual component in mind, like the part where I was saying over and over and over again. There was a part where like I just cut off at the end and it tended to have like the screen go black and a gunshot happen.
Oh my god, that's really funny. I like that a whole lot. Oh my god.
Oh yeah, for
I just
those
fucking think in YouTube videos. So like for me not to attach the visual component to my scripts is like.
I mean, I feel like when you like reading the script or in your case listening to it, it's fairly obvious what would have been on screen while I was talking about it.
For the most part, yeah.
You know, for those who might not be aware, the reason that I ended that with "You're gonna have a bad time" is that this video originally had a Higurashi AMV to the tune of Megalovania at the front of it, which would have been a huge meme.
Yeah, definitely.
I don't know. Maybe I'll still make that. I don't know. Like I said, I'm way more into doing fiction writing right now because I've actually feel good about doing it.
Yeah, dude, follow your heart. Like, if it feels wrong, you're doing something wrong, you know?
Yeah. Yes.
If it's not worth powering through, you just got to switch things up. But
yeah.
I think my food is here, and I think I'm
what are
ready
you
to
what are you
end the
eating?
show. Chinese food.
Based.
For so long, I've been like, I'm not ready to eat Chinese food, but today is the day.
You've never eaten Chinese food?
No, I've eaten Chinese food, but since the lockdown.
Oh, yeah, I broke that last week. I couldn't do it anymore.
It's like I can make myself stir fry, so I usually don't crave Chinese food. It's not something I like want a whole lot, but tonight I want it. So
we have this place that is a hole in the wall building that has probably been standing there since the 70s.
Right.
That is definitely hella sketch, and they definitely use cats to make the meat. But that shit is fucking bomb. Their shrimp fried rice is fucking legit.
Oh my gosh.
And I finally and it's across the bridge. It's across the river. So if I want to go get it, it's a 15-minute drive to get over there. But like last week, I was just like, I want it. And so I did.
Absolutely.
I drove 15 minutes just to get fried rice.
And it was worth.
It was so worth, because you know, Chinese food, they pack that shit in. They pack that shit in. So I got a large shrimp fried rice. That was good for 2 days.
Yep.
That was good for 2 eatings.
Good shit. Well, everybody, I hope you enjoyed today's live stream, even though YouTube was shitting the bed. I don't know what that was about. I assume it was coronavirus related. I assume that YouTube got super AIDS and was just down for a little bit. Then they put it on a ventilator, and it's kind of okay now, but we're not sure. So, just like our friend Butthole Weeb, rip
He's
YouTube.
dead.
Dead. Yeah, I mean, there's no way. If he has it, he's done for.
Yeah, he's dead.
Sorry, Butthole Weeb. I think you might be done for.
Gomenasai.
Oh shit, our food is here, so I'm gonna go. But
all right.
Bye everybody. I hope you had a good time.
Peace out, dogs.